The opinion addressed the inequalities in current care and support systems across gender, disability, age, and other status, and to invest at scale to uphold the human rights of all in care and support contexts. In a landmark development, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, in its advisory opinion issued last August, recognized a standalone human rights to care. According to the court, this right encompasses three dimensions: the right to be cared for, the right to care, and the right to self-care. The opinion addressed the rights of unpaid caregivers, most of them women, the rights of care recipients, including children, older persons, persons with disabilities, and those with chronic illnesses. It also highlighted the intersection of the rights of paid care workers, including migrant workers, with the right to care and the right to work. This year, at the Human Rights Council, member states also initiated discussions on potential new human rights, on potential new legally binding human rights instruments that they have implications for care and support. It established the Intergovernmental Working Group for the elaboration of a legal binding instrument on the rights of older persons and on exploring the possibility of a new optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on Education. Member states are also making strong political commitments. The agreed draft of the Doha Political Declaration of the upcoming World Summit for Social Development includes concrete commitments to invest in care and support systems and in social protection for care and support givers and recipients. States also committed to recognize, reduce, and redistribute women's disproportionate share of unpaid care and domestic work. As today's distinguished panelists will elaborate, commitments have also been made at the Commission on the Status of Women, the World Health Assembly, and the ECLAC Regional Conference on Women. These are not merely commitments on paper. As we hear from states championing the efforts, concrete actions are also being taken at the national level. Cross-regional collaboration and exchange will be key to amplifying these efforts. Finally, we will hear perspectives from various rights holders and constituencies. Their voices help us place right holders at the center of system transformation. This is essential to ensuring that care and support systems are just, inclusive, sustainable, and work for all. Conflicts, the climate crisis, and increasing inequalities are straining care and support systems with increasing demand. We must build comprehensive and resilient care and support systems to uphold dignity and rights. The UN Human Rights Office remains committed to working with all states and stakeholders to advance rights-based, gender, disability, and age-responsive care and support for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as it has been said, we are going to hear 3 different panels today. The first one is going to start just right now, but I just want to be sure that you understand that some of the speakers in each panel will be online. The first segment, as it has been said, is on outcomes of key global discussions this year. The second segment is a perspective of different stakeholders on progresses and gaps in 2025. And the third segment is progress made at national and regional level and challenges faced. And thank you so much again, Dimitar, for the introduction and for putting the context of the topic and the celebration. As you know, this is a worldwide celebration and commemoration. So even if it's obviously organized by the United Nations, and again, not only thank you to the organizations and the institutions, but especially to Raquel, Asako, and Laura, that I hope you understand how grateful we are to the three of you for putting this together. With further ado, I would like to pass the floor to the first speaker of segment one, Raquel Coello, Policy Advisor, Microeconomics and Global Lead on Care of Young Women. And Raquel, we have prepared a question, obviously, that is that you have been following on Young Women all the participating discussions on care and support at the global level, especially from a gender equality perspective. So if you can, in 5 minutes, give a summary of what major progresses have been made since last year International Day, that was in New York, the commemoration, and what are the main opportunities looking ahead. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Well, first, let me express my joy for gathering here today in this third year celebration. And also let me express my gratitude to ILO, but also especially to OHCHR, who led this year's celebration. Asako, thank you so much for all the work that you put together to gather us here. So coming back to the question, despite the challenging times that we are living, and we are experiencing multiple crises, care remains in the agenda, remains at the center of the agenda. You've said it, Anna, it's been an epic year. We saw care being in the outcome document of the Financing for Development commitment, Sevilla commitment. We expect to have the care approved also included in the document to be approved in the World Social Summit next week. Other forums such as the G20 and G7 have also highlighted care as a policy priority. I could go on and on. I just want to highlight from a gender equality perspective, numerous countries have expressed also their commitments to place investments in care systems and high quality public care services and infrastructure as part of the Beijing +30 action agenda. And also in March, the Commission of the Status of Women approved through its multi-year program of work the recognition and the strengthening of care and support systems to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls as the priority theme for CSW in 2028. So this is the forward-looking also that you were asking. And as we speak, a resolution in the second committee of the General Assembly, it's in the second commission, is also being discussed on the care economy. So care is gaining momentum as we see, and it keeps in the agenda. But no matter where these discussions take place, for UN Women, and I think for the UN as a whole, I should say, the care systems is fundamental that we advance in this agenda through a transformative vision. And let me take my 3 remaining minutes on what do I mean by this transformative vision. First, transformative to recognize care, either paid or unpaid, as a skill and essential work that sustains our lives, that sustains the planet. So it is essential for well-being. It is not just a matter of social development, gender equality, it's a matter for economies and societies to function. Transformative in the sense that we must recognize care also as a public good, not just a private responsibility. So shifting from approaches that place care as not just as a personal choice or a family obligation, where household men bear the main, sometimes only responsibility, to a social co-responsible models where the state is the main duty bearer and then recognizes and the contributions, and we all share the responsibility between the households, the communities, and the private sector. Transformative to promote a shift in the gender social norms and stereotypes that are discriminatory, and in the power dynamics that are also reducing care only as a women's issue, to gender co-responsible models that redistribute care responsibilities between women and men, and those that recognize that care is also basic for equal participation and treatment in society. Fourth, transformative by looking at caregivers and care recipients as right holders, both right holders, without the rights of ones being put at the forefront of the others. Both are equally important, and both caregivers and care recipients, as sometimes let's not forget we are both caregivers and care recipients, are active agents of change in policymaking. They have voice that has shaped to shape the policies that directly affect them. And five and last, transformative to acknowledge that everybody throughout our lives and on a daily basis, I should say, we all need care and support. And most of us at the same time are caregivers and care recipients, as I was saying. So transformative to break this fake dichotomy where we need to have to think in caregivers and care recipients as right holders because policies are different for each of these groups. But we also need to understand there is not autonomy versus dependency. We are all interdependent, and we all need to recognize we all depend on everyone's for our care needs. So in this International Day of Care and Support, let us all commit to this transformative vision as the basis for equal participation and treatment in society for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raquel. And looking ahead, I think it's really important what you mentioned, the CSW in 2028. Obviously, every day, everyone that is in the care and support agenda tried its best to put to advocate for the agenda. But having that milestone in 2028, congratulations. I think it was a great success this year in all the efforts that we will hear from different colleagues. Thank you so much. And now our next speaker is with us online, Jim Campbell, Director of the Health Workforce of the World Health Organization. Jim, I hope you can hear us and you can just go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Excellent. Good afternoon. My apologies. I'm not with you today as planned. A diversion here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where we're talking about some of these issues in person at the Global Health Conference that's here. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, and great to see such Spanish participation here. Buenos dias a todas y todas. It's an honor to join you in celebrating the International Day of Care and Support, and this real emphasis that we're hearing on the recognizing and how this emphasizes the rights of those who provide and receive care. What I think we're seeing across the United Nations system, across the sort of technical roles from countries and member states, is a remarkable consensus of agendas where care is really recognized, yes, as an act of compassion, but also a matter of rights, of justice, and the necessity to invest in people. And at WHOR, our approach has really been grounded in both, yes, the right to health, which is in our constitution, but also the rights and dignities of those who deliver the care services. And they are the millions and millions of health and care workers worldwide, and yes, absolutely, of which the majority are women, who are the backbone of every health and care system that is ensuring the right to health. And so understanding how we look at the rights-based approach for workers demands that we ensure that those employees, those personnel, are enjoying decent work, fair pay, safe and enabling workplaces, free from discrimination, violence, and harassment. And it also means then ensuring how the WHO really integrates its and aligns the 5R framework, the United Nations 5R framework for decent care work, into our work, into our thinking, and into our engagement. And so this year at the World Health Assembly, and you know, a real celebration for, we managed to get a landmark consensus in an assembly resolution, which for the first time talks about accelerating action on the health and care workforce, not exclusively the health workforce, not exclusively what had been for many, many years in the past, this emphasis on doctors and nurses only, but really broadening our appreciation to all occupations that are making, that are part and parcel of our health and care services. And including in that is really this emphasis around the appreciation for how do we have health along the life course? How do we have integrated health and care services? And this achievement was by no means guaranteed. One of the issues that we had to factor into those deliberations and those discussions is not every Ministry of Health, and they come with different titles around the world, health and care, health and social labor, health and social welfare, health and gender, but not every Ministry of Health has the mandate to also be responsible for the care economy, the care sector, the care workers. And so we had to really engage the representatives of member states and countries in developing a consensus, a contemporary consensus on the need to do that, even if it required extra work for those countries where they had to go back into cross-sectoral government engagement to reach that consensus, working with ministries of labor, working with ministries of social welfare, and really getting that consensus to do that thing. And I think this signals, in terms of looking at those ministries that have the mandate and those that don't, this signals a new readiness from the countries and the member states to bridge across sectors, to connect the health and care policy domains, and to affirm workers' rights is also central to the right to health. And now with this resolution, WHO is looking to act on that, the resolution to accelerate action. And what are we doing? Trying to strengthen the national routine reporting of the entirety of care work and care workers, including paid and unpaid roles. Trying to make sure we've got rights-based workforce policies that promote the responsive roles and responsibilities from the 5R framework. Making sure that we've got ethical recruitment and migration policies that recognize if a nurse from one jurisdiction leaves to become a care worker in another jurisdiction, that their rights are protected, even though they may not be in a licensed role. Promoting social dialogue and representation. And importantly, as we heard a moment ago, also then amplifying this work with our UN family in regional economic bodies, particularly this year in the G20 with the working group on women's economic empowerment, which has picked up this issue and making the connections. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it really is this working together that demonstrates, with governments, with UN, that is really something I'm very optimistic about. Let's celebrate the progress that we've seen this year through the International Day of Care and Support. And really, let's just make us, if we can, all the action that we've seen, the member states agree to accelerate action. Let's make sure that health and care is visible, it's valued, but that at the national level, it's just for all who give it and all who receive it. I thank you. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you for also, and congratulations for the landmark that you were mentioning and referring the resolution of the World Health Assembly adopted this year on health and care workers. And as you said, let's keep pushing and let's take advantage of the consensus. I really appreciate that word on your speech. And we move to the next online speaker. Mrs. Ana Huesmes, Chief Division for Gender Affairs, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. She has been probably busier than some of us, but we're really, happy to have her here, and also for all the work that she and her team has put this year. Especially, as I said, in the Regional Conference of Women of the Latin America and the Caribbean. And Ana, I know that a lot happened there, but can you tell us the key outcomes of the conference and also what is meant by the concept of a care society so embedded in Latin America and the Caribbean? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Ana. Good morning. Buenos días, excellencies, colleagues, dear friends. It is a pleasure to join you on the occasion of the International Day of Care and Support. Congrats to UN Women, ILO, and mainly United Nations Human Rights for this key event. Let me answer your two questions. First is ECLAC has proposed a paradigm shift in development, the care society, a form of social organization and renewed multilateralism that prioritizes the sustainability of life and the care of people and the planet. The care society recognizes the interdependence between people, the environment, and socioeconomic development. This paradigm recognizes care as a growing need through the life cycle, a human right, a global public good. This is new and very powerful this year, an essential work that drives the economy as a whole. This proposal draws on contribution from feminist movement, the Buen Vivir, good living approach by the region's indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples, public health perspectives, a multilateral dialogue and engagement with government, civil society, organization, and international bodies. Let me add that care is a key issue that has long been a priority from ECLAC member states. Latin America and the Caribbean remains the only region in the world with a UN Intergovernmental Conference since 1977 that has brought together governments, international organizations, and women's and feminist movements and civil society organizations to identify progress and challenges in guaranteeing women's rights, autonomy, and gender equality. Over the years, through the regional gender agenda, the governments of the region have approved fundamental agreements to design and implementation of care policies and systems. This transformative approach that Raquel mentioned also across the UN. And they highlighted the central role of the state, the need for a strong coordination across the national, but also subnational and local levels, and the importance of an intersectional approach. This year, at the 16 regional conferences organized by ECLAC in coordination with UN Women and under the leadership of Mexico OHCHR, the states adopted the Tlatelolco Commitment, which sends a powerful message to the region and to the whole world to establish a decade of action from 2025 to 2035 to advance substantive gender equality and build the care society through political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental transformations. Thus, the Tlatelolco Commitment strengthens the intergovernmental agreements adopted over the past 50 years in the region by recognizing the human right to care, which includes people's right to provide care, to receive care, to exercise self-care. And as Dimitar mentioned, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights set a historical precedent by becoming the first international tribunal to rule on the content and scope of the right to care and its interrelation with other rights. In its advisory opinion 31, adopted this year in June. So this pronouncement recognized care as an autonomous human right and underscored the obligation of states to guarantee its effective exercise. So the Tlatelolco commitment translates the care society into an actionable roadmap. It also defines the means of implementation, from improving normative framework and strengthening state gender architecture to increasing financing, enhancing cooperation, social dialogue, and cultural change, and strengthening statistical systems, placing care at the center of public policies across all sectors, levels of government, and branches of the state. The conversations and debates held through the conference have reaffirmed a powerful message. Investing in care is not a cost, it is a must. Investing in care is not only a pathway to gender equality, but a foundation for resilience, sustainability, and democratic transformation. This vision of a care society calls for the construction of comprehensive care system and policies that redistributes time, power, and resources, recognize and reduce unpaid care work, and promote decent work. We are in a very turbulent global landscape, mounting debt, declining trust, widening inequality, and an international financial system that too often works for a few, not too many. At the same time, we stand before an unprecedented global opportunity that we are talking today. Care has become a central issue in international debates, from human rights to health, labor, and climate action. Finally, as recognized by the Tlatelolco commitment, the Care Society proposal that Latin American and the Caribbean is contributing to the work, including the next Doha Conference on Development, offers a new paradigm for sustainable development, but also for peace and for equality. One that places the sustainability of life and the care of people and the planet at its core. Moving towards a care society is not only possible, it is essential. Colleagues, the path ahead is clear and the time to act is now. Thanks. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Ana. Thank you for bringing, the outcomes of such a key momentum in August in Mexico City with the regional conference, but also in August, as you said, the advisory opinion of the Inter-American Human Rights Court. It was such a moment. And to end these key global discussions, I would like our last speaker for this segment to refer to September, in this case, the 60th session of the Human Rights Council, where a group of states adopted a joint statement on care and support. Spain was one of the states that led the joint statement, as Spain did also for the approval of this International Day of Care and Support in 2023. Spain was also, among others, some of the countries that supported the commemoration of the day. And we would like to hear from His Excellency, Mr. Marcos Gómez Martínez, Permanent Representative of Spain, to tell us what the joint statement called for and what could be the next steps states may pursue at the human rights. If you want, you can take the floor from there. Is okay, Excellency?
Sí,
You
sí.
prefer here?
No, aquí estoy bien.
Okay.
O me paseo. I will stretch my legs if you don't mind. Y muchas gracias. Gracias, Ana, y buenas tardes a todas y a todos. So, I will answer your specific questions on the declaration, but first I will digress slightly. I will propose a trip to all of you, a trip in time and space. Let's go 5 million years ago, no, 3 to 5 million years ago, and let's go to the African plains in the Rift Valley. Let's go there. And we see the first hominids first groups of hominids. And anthropologists really have some doubts on whether to define these groups of nomadic hominids as human or not, until they discover a particular feature in one of the remains they unearth. It is a woman whose leg was broken, and it was repaired, it was recovered, she was able to recover and died later. So this is the first element of humankind, the first indication that humankind was caring. These groups were starting to care for their individuals, allowing them to recover from an accident and to keep alive. So care is is a feature of humankind, and it's been there for a long time. Fast forward 5 million years, and we have COVID-19. And in COVID-19, I think it was a watershed moment for humanity also, and it showed how unsustainable our care systems were, and how right were feminist scholars that had always said that care systems were very gendered, profoundly gendered, but at the same time, they did offer an opportunity to advance gender equality. So Spain being a country with a feminist foreign policy, is just natural that we embrace this agenda, as it has enormous potential to progress in gender equality. So then we had the resolution in the Human Rights Council in 2023, I think it was, and we come back to the declaration this year. A declaration that was subscribed to by 46 states and was intended to be a strong political signal. We want to anchor this issue in human rights very deeply. We believe it is an essential component of our worldview on human rights. Its connection to gender empowerment, gender equality is obvious. It's obvious also how important it is in many societal aspects. So the concrete content of the declaration, well, the advisory opinion has been already mentioned by several speakers, and it is there. We also acknowledge and thank the South African presidency of the G20 for the importance they have attached to care in their work. And then there were in the declaration some concrete calls to action to all states to invest in care systems that are gender responsive, age sensitive, disability inclusive, and fully aligned with human rights. And this means, among other things, guaranteeing decent work, fair wages, and adequate social protection for caregivers, but also addressing social norms and gender stereotypes that structurally assign caregiving as some moral obligations to women and girls. We have to go beyond this, of course. Second, call to action to change the way we perceive those traditional labeled as dependents, as someone also said before. Mm-hmm. We all are interdependent, that's the reality of life. Persons with disabilities, children and older persons, they are right holders, and they are entitled, of course, to dignity, autonomy and support. And thirdly, third call to action to promote regional exchanges of good practices, and perhaps a regional pact for care between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean is a good example of that. So if these calls were to be translated into action, of course, they would entail profound transformation of our public policies, placing people's well-being at the center, which is something that we are intent on. Shared responsibilities, of course, among states, families, communities, civil society, and the private sector are a key component of this human rights dossier, human rights vector. So what's next? And this is the second part of your question. To keep this issue in the Human Rights Council agenda, there's a little bit of uncertainty because of some of the changes, some of the countries that were pushing forward this dossier, this issue. Spain will remain committed, and we will do our best. And we will see how we do it, either through a new resolution or or through other means, but the main goal is to strengthen the Human Rights Council's capacity to respond effectively to the most pressing issues and challenges of this time. We know the general environment in which we are, but care is no doubt one of these pressing issues that the Human Rights Council needs to keep addressing. So we are encouraged to see you here, to see also a number of countries, UN agencies, experts, and civil society organizations determined to work together with us on this issue. We hope to be pushing it towards, in the near future, an avenue that will crystallize into an emerging right to care, will be formalized based on dignity, equality, and solidarity. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Inspiring and brilliant closing of the first panel on this summary of what has been the year. But as it has been mentioned by some of the speakers, it's not just the achievement for achieving something, it's really a transformative vision in which care is a right, is a need, is work, is a public good, is an investment, all the words that has been mentioned, and that's the transformative vision that is behind all these multilateral efforts by member states, by UN agencies, and by civil society that are behind some of those decades of work. So thank you so much for all the year. ILO, in fact, last year in 2024 was a really important one with the resolution concerning decent work and the care economy. And this year we have seen already taking action into that resolution. So we're really thinking between 2024 and 2025, with that 2028 as milestone, we keep pushing for this key global momentum to keep happening. And now we would like to move to the second segment, to hear the perspective of different stakeholders on progresses and gaps in 2025. So we obviously commemorate, but we know that there is still some gaps, and we would like to feature some voices of stakeholders representing the diversity of caregivers and care receivers to commemorate this day. And I would like to start with one of our speakers that is online, Ms. Haina Lu, member from the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls. She's online from China. Thank you so much for being with us, even with the time difference. And obviously, we would like to ask about the work of the Working Group on the Discrimination Against Women and Girls, especially in its report on gender dimensions of care and support systems. And again, in 5 minutes, the question will be what key elements the transformation of care and support systems should take into consideration to advance gender equality and the rights of women, both in providing and requiring care and support. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished colleagues, excellencies, in fact, our reports resonate to a great extent with what has already been said by our previous speakers. So please just let me highlight a few points here. First of all, our report presents an urgent call to action to transform our care and support systems in a way that truly advances gender equality and women's rights. We must consider several key and interconnected elements. First of all, we must fundamentally change our perspectives and recognize care and support as a public good and a human rights issue. We need to move away from viewing care as a private and family responsibility, a view that inevitably falls on women's shoulder. Instead, we must see care as vital to our societies and economies, and essential for the enjoyment of all human rights. So this shift in mindset is the non-negotiable foundation for all other reforms. Second, we must adopt a comprehensive policy framework. Our report provides a clear roadmap for the action, namely the 5R framework, which is complemented by the broader CREATE framework that is developed by our working group, the latest guidance document on substantive gender equality, which was distributed in March 2025. You could go to our website and to find the different language versions of this guidance document there. So with this 5R framework, first of all, we must recognize the value of unpaid care work and the rights of both care providers and care recipients, as well as the importance of self-care. And second of all, we need to reduce the heavy hours women spend on unpaid care through technology and infrastructure. And third, we need to redistribute care work more fairly, not just between men and women within households, but also from families to the state and to the market. So this requires policies that actively engage men and boys in caregiving. And also we need to reward paid care workers who are disproportionately women with decent wages, safe conditions, as well as social protection. And last, we need to ensure the representation of all women, especially those facing intersecting forms of discrimination, when we design or reform these systems. So the third key element is that we need massive and targeted public investment. The state must lead in building gender responsive, inclusive, human rights-based, and sustainable care systems. This means investing in tangible infrastructure like childcare centers, in-home support services, and respite care. It also means guaranteeing universal social protection, including paid care leave and pension benefits, which are a lifeline for women throughout their lives. And fourth, we must apply an intersectional feminist lens. The care deficit does not impact all women equally. Our systems must be designed with and for the most marginalized, including women and girls with disabilities, older women, rural women, migrants and refugees, indigenous women and girls, and those suffering from discrimination based on work and descent, including caste. So we must address the historical and structural injustices, including colonial legacies and racism that shape global care chains and compound discrimination. Fifth and finally, this transformation requires a systemic shift in our economic and political priorities. We must move away from a profit-driven, extractive model. This means shifting resources from militarization to care, implementing fair fiscal policies like progressive taxation to fund these systems, and also integrating care into our national climate and development strategies, and also collecting disaggregated data to ensure our policies are evidence-based and effective. So in conclusion, transforming care and support system should not be a marginal issue. It is a central pillar for achieving substantive gender equality and also sustainable development for all. So by recognizing, reducing, redistributing, and rewarding care work, and by centering the rights and voices of all women and girls, we can build systems that work for everyone, both those who provide care and those who require it. I thank you very much for your attention. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Heina, and please be excused if you have to leave us because we understand how late it is. I think it's really important, everything you have said. It also allows us to connect with some concepts that probably will come later, like intersectional. Also the finance, we didn't mention about the Financing for Development Conference in Seville, but we saw there also the care systems mentioned and prominent. Always we want more, but it was really good. Also, the COP30 is going to happen in Belém in a few weeks. We are also trying to bring that nexus care and climate. So it gives us some examples, also some tracks to follow in terms of how to move forward. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, who is here in person, Pamela Dale, Regional Advisor, Social Policy and Economic Analysis from UNICEF Europe and Central Asia. Pamela, UNICEF has been supporting states to develop gender-responsive, age-sensitive, and disability-inclusive social protection systems. And again, based on your work, and as we have been doing with the other speakers, if you can summarize the key elements that the transformation of care and support systems should take into consideration to protect and promote the rights of children, both in providing and recreating care and support. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was taking notes of the last few speakers, and I heard a lot about care as a fundamental right, as an economic driver. I heard about individuals as both care receivers and care providers, and the kind of fluidity between those two things, and then also about a lot about the kind of cross-sectoral or multi-sectoral partnerships that are necessary to make care a reality. And so I want to warn you that I'm not going to say anything different, because I think actually all of those are critical, and we apply them essentially to children and to the protecting the rights of children. I'll speak a little bit about some of the interventions that we're kind of prioritizing, and that we're prioritizing linking, because I think one of the key elements in providing care services for children is that care gaps occur when the kind of whole collection of policies around a child, when there are gaps in any of those pieces. So we talk about social protection, we talk about family-friendly policies, things like childcare, the financing architecture, the specific vulnerabilities of children, and also specific circumstances in different contexts of fragility, of kind of low-income versus middle-income contexts. And also in societies that are aging or shrinking versus societies that are growing. And so care plays out differently in different contexts. So essentially, as a starting point to talk about the human rights aspect, so at UNICEF, of course, we believe that every child deserves care and needs care. They have a right to grow up in a safe, nurturing, and enabling environment, regardless of their gender, age, ability, migration status, socioeconomic status, etc. And we see care and support as a central feature of that. It's a moral imperative, and it's also a human right, but it's also a public good, and we've heard a lot about this already, so I won't emphasize that much more now. But we see comprehensive care and support systems as fundamental to all people, essentially. It's an intersectoral agenda, so it requires integration with social protection systems for inclusivity. And so talking a little bit more about that, we see social protection as an entry point for a lot of the care work that impacts children. It needs to recognize care contingencies. It needs to provide resources for people to access things like childcare, which are so critical, but are often quite expensive in many contexts around the world. And it also, we see childcare services as a critical part of social protection systems. I want to say just a minute on here to say where the accessibility of these is a really critical component. We know that people have different ways of working. They have different hours of working. There's a lot of gig work. There are a lot of shifts. There's a lot of unpredictability. And childcare needs to be designed around the fact that people aren't necessarily working at 9 to 5, and those are not the only kind of regular hours where they need support. Integrating care into social protection strategies promotes inclusive life cycle-based frameworks. It addresses inequalities, and we use social protection systems to avoid exacerbating existing inequalities. We've heard a lot about this in gender, and that's a key one also when we talk about childcare. Where roles do tend to be quite gendered still. Women and girls still perform more than 75% of unpaid care work. It limits their education, their access to education, economic opportunities, and leadership opportunities. We know that girls from 5 to 14 perform 160 million more hours every day on domestic chores than their male counterparts. And there's a 3 to 11% decrease in the likelihood that a mother of a child with a disability is able to work as well. Because of many other issues, we see that transforming care and support systems means ensuring that every child and every carer has access to comprehensive and inclusive social protection. From a child perspective, compelling evidence shows that family-friendly policies are essential to give children the best start of life. And what we're talking about here are really quality and affordable childcare, paid parental leave, And you'll notice, by the way, I said parental, not just maternal. I think parental leave with equal caregiving opportunities, paid breastfeeding breaks, and also child benefits that start before the birth of a child and continue at least to when that child enters or has the opportunity to enter childcare. Obviously, we push for those to be universal, but at minimum, we really need that support from the moment a child is born to provide essential care. Because so much of this is centered around the workplace is a critical entry point for these policies. It's where the parents and the caregivers spend a significant portion of their time. And it's where supportive measures can enable more caregiving, reduce stress, promote gender equality, and prevent create ripple effects that help parents provide adequate support for their child. Flexibility in the workplace is a really critical component. It's also a much more difficult component to get in informal workplaces. So the formality element really comes out strongly here as well. We also want to recognize that children are not always just passive recipients of care. They're rarely passive recipients of care. They're also caregivers. They contribute heavily to unpaid care in the family. Where we see this especially is with adolescent girls and adolescent parents. So they are both recipients, but they have a care role as well that requires a lot of additional support in order for them to have opportunities for education and for participation. I'll skip ahead a little bit, and I want to emphasize a kind of point on where care happens. We see care as happening in the home, although it happens, of course, in the community and as well, and in schools and elsewhere. But we must always prioritize community and family-based care over institutionalization. This is a key issue that still impacts much of the world and impacts the region that we're in right now. We have very high rates of institutionalization still within the European region. It's important that all children, including those with disabilities, can grow up in a safe, loving, and inclusive environment with their caregivers provided with support that helps them care for them. I want to talk specifically for a moment about low and middle income countries. We see in a lot of contexts where that social protection systems can sort of sideline care and support. And that dichotomy that other speakers were talking about between the responsibilities of the state and responsibilities of the family. So we see it's especially important that social protection recognizes that the formal state and the formal system also has a role in that care and support provision. I'll just end by saying that UNICEF's work on care and support, we work with many of the partners in this room, many of the partners that are up here on this panel with me today. The support spans over 80 countries. We integrate care and support with social protection, early childhood development, education, and disability inclusion. We plan to continue, of course, to support governments to support this work in order to ensure that children receive the care and those providing it, such as adolescent parents, also receive the care that they need. So looking ahead towards 2030 and beyond, the kind of key objectives that we see as critical to the care agenda as it impacts children are really focused around expansion of quality social protection coverage, scaling up early childhood and parenting support, engaging the private sector in care-responsive workplaces, and finally, generating evidence on what works to expand care and prioritize care in these environments. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pamela, for such a comprehensive answer with so many elements there. I would like now to pass the floor to Mr. Alejandro Bonilla Garcia, who is the chair of the NGO Committee on Aging here in Geneva and representative of the International Federation on Aging to the United Nations in Geneva. And you have been advocating for the right of older persons. The topic is taking a momentum at the Human Rights Council. It's expected to start the discussion on a new human rights instrument on the rights of older persons before the next session of the Council in March 2026. So in the context of the transformation of care and support system we have been discussing, what are key elements such transformation should take into consideration to protect, again, and promote the rights of older persons, both, I think is really important, in providing and requiring care and support. Please, Mr. Bonilla, the floor is yours. It should.
Hi,
Yeah.
I will follow the example of the ambassador of Spain. I'll speak better when I'm standing. And I will not follow my notes, but I will answer to the question. I will answer to the question. Indeed, after many years of discussing and discussions and agreements and identification of gaps on legislation addressing other persons' issues, the agenda was sent to Geneva, and indeed, at the spring session here in Geneva, there was adopted a resolution to start drafting a convention on the rights of older persons. And my point of view is that, of course, nobody is born old. We have to consider the whole life cycle approach, and there's no magic. It will have an impact on your old age years, what happened when you were a child and when you were a worker. Then you will have an impact. I shouldn't be here. I'm really humbled by all the expertise that's been shown here, and I would like to repeat. I'm an actuary, and I became a social security actuary at the ILO, actually. The first years of my professional activity, I think I lost my time because I thought everything was numbers. And indeed, when I joined the ILO and I discovered that there are standards and that the numbers have a legal framework, and that should be the basis, that gave me an orientation, and they gave me actually a purpose. So when addressing the issues of other persons, I say, well, why do we need legislation? It should be something natural to take care of. Even animals, they take care of each other. Why isn't this a human reflex? Why do we have to have some kind of legislation? And I got the response at the ILO. It really gives you this kind of purpose. One important thing, my whole work is on probabilities of dying. I can tell you, each one of you, what's the probability of dying this year? Or any life contingency, having an accident, morbidity, being sick, having a catastrophic event. We actuaries in Social Security and out of Social Security and insurance companies, we have the whole life contingencies. What can happen? So the issue of care is not a thing for the others. Each one of us, we can be touched. Tomorrow, today, going back home, we might need care. So, but what really struck me is what being care something that should touch everyone. Many perceive that it's from the others. It's those who are needing care, they should take care of their own thing. And there's a kind of a reality check. I heard in the previous interventions that, of course, we need resources, we need financing, that this is an investment. But when I do my actuarial calculations and when I analyze the national accounts, not many countries have money to spend. They have to make hard choices. And sometimes they will have to make the hard choice of what to stop doing in order to finance care. And many countries with the political periods, they don't really want to make the choice now, because that will have an impact in politics. So it's really very, very important to have a life cycle perspective. It's really important to have a medium and long-term perspective when addressing. In my notes, I have that, of course, unfortunately, taking care is not the most natural expression of humanity. And across the world, care and support are unevenly distributed, undervalued, and often invisible. Those who provide care, mostly women and older persons, do so without recognition, protection, or fair pay. Those who need care face systems that are fragmented, underfunded, as I mentioned, and guided by charity instead of rights. Care has too often been treated as a private matter, left to families or to luck, instead of being understood as a collective social and human rights responsibility. I was director of the Social Protection Department at the ILO, and I really struggled a lot. I wanted to change the name, actually, and you will excuse me. I said, it shouldn't be social protection. it should be social promotion. Because with all the activities we promote and we get into life, most of the people. And going back to your question, indeed, in New York and the open-ended working group identified many gaps in the global legislation and in national legislations on addressing and focusing the care for older persons. So this is one of the gaps that will be addressed by the intergovernmental working group, but it's not a done deal. I don't really think that everybody agrees that it has to be a strong convention. I think that some are participating in the convention just to not make it that strong. So I really think that all the expertise that it's put together on care, financing care and rights of care for children, for workers, and for adults, you should be present. I hope that I will see you at the discussions at the Human Rights Council to be sure that care for older persons will be included. And going back to your questions, I identified very rapidly 5 dimensions: rights, autonomy, and choice, inclusion by age, disability, and gender, person-centered ecosystems, value and redistributive care, and accountability and law. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing your experience and your perspective, and also for pushing us to be active. I think it's really important, some of the things you've mentioned, and we could keep discussing about how relevant is to put care at the center to ensure that the political will, the resources are counted differently. We can talk forever about that, so I'm not going there, but I think it's relevant in the discussion to keep going outside here if you want today as commemoration, if not in the next days. And now we will pass the floor to our last speaker here in person. We will have 2 more online, but Natalia Guala, member of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, is with us here. Welcome. And persons with disabilities tend to be seen only as recipients of care and support, but in reality, many of you also play active roles as providers of care and support to others. And the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities emphasizes the concept of support as a cornerstone of inclusion and participation. So Natalia, what makes support an essential element for persons with disabilities, both when receiving support and when providing care and support to others? The floor is yours, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me to bring the disability perspective to this amazing conversation on this relevant issue for everyone. So, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, I would like to bring some key ideas and key messages about the care and support from our perspective, from the perspective of persons with disabilities. According to the High Commissioner of Human Rights, support is essential, element to enable persons with disabilities carry out our daily life, to live in the community and to be active and independent. And care, the right to care includes also for everyone the right to self-care, the right to provide care, and the right to be cared for. So as persons with disabilities, we have the same rights, including providing care and the right to self-care. So the distribution of care shouldn't or should not, to be clear, institutionalize or isolate persons with disabilities in institutions or in their homes to receive cares or to receive supports. Hopefully, fortunately, this is a new perspective, and we are celebrating today International Day of Care and Support. This means that the care agenda is including support from this perspective to promote the autonomy of persons with disabilities. This is a key element, which means support from the disability perspective. Support, as I mentioned, is a fundamental element to promote our autonomy, to promote our independent living, to enjoy all of our rights. Support systems include not only those network of persons to provide different kind of assistance, also include, for example, technologies, assistive technologies, digital devices, transport, among others. Support for us is the way to enjoy other rights, to, for example, the right to education, to employment, to culture, to access to justice, to access to house, to live independently, as well as to provide care. So it's really important. Based on the support, and I would like to add, the support should be provided in the community, should be available, accessible, adaptable, acceptable, and respect the preferences of the persons with disabilities, based on individual preferences. Each person with disability needs different kind of support, and not always receive care, but we should respect this perspective in order to be in compliance with the different conventions, in particular the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Through the support, as I said, we can enjoy different rights, our human rights, and also we can contribute with the economic growth, for example, with the social development as well. We can contribute also to build inclusive societies. So it is really important to pay attention towards these key elements. Because of that, I would like to point out that the care agenda will be successful only when include the support as this key element to promote the autonomy, to respect the rights of persons with disabilities, to ensure our right to live independently and to be autonomous persons in the community. In this sense, we have to, let's say, we have to move forward to a global agenda on care and on support to ensure, to guarantee that all persons, including persons with disabilities, can enjoy our human rights. Thanks again. Thanks for the invitation. And I would like to keep our conversation in the following months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Really appreciate. And we are doing quite well, taking into consideration that we started 10 minutes late. But I would like to finalize this panel with the two speakers online. But if the ones that are here want to sit in front, that it will be easier for you to see the screen. I will like to pass the floor to Mrs. Maria Tsiratonaki. Apologies for my Greek, Maria. She's from the Trade Union Confederation, and she has been waiting for us. Maria, in 2024, the International Labour Conference adopted the landmark resolution that we were mentioning before on the care economy and decent work. And from workers' perspective, what have been the main progresses made in the implementation of the resolution? So we'll go back a bit to the first segment, but at the same time, I will also like to hear from you, how has the protection of the rights of workers and as caregivers or care and support workers been advanced? And how about the rights to access care and support when needed? The floor is yours. If you can keep those 5 minutes, we will really appreciate. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you for all the organizers of this important event. And greetings from the International Trade Union Confederation. Let me first just begin by recalling that today's International Day of Care and Support stands as a very key achievement of the global trade union movement, which since 2019 has championed the 29th of October as a global day of action for care, to demand recognition of care work, both paid and unpaid, as the foundation of our societies and economies. But now going back to the landmark ILO resolution on decent work and the care economy, this has really given impetus to the work of the trade unions worldwide to advance the care economy agenda at national, regional, and global levels. And from our perspective, since the resolution was adopted more than a year ago, we have seen significant steps in many countries that really show what implementation of the resolution can really look like in practice. So trade unions around the world have taken the resolution as mandate for action. And this has also been enabled by the valuable technical support provided by the ILO office. So just to give you a couple of examples, our affiliates in the Philippines, in Indonesia, in Kenya, in Colombia, and of course in many other countries, have been using the resolution as a tool to advance social dialogue and national reforms around care, ensuring that governments do adopt a whole government approach whereby there is real cross-ministerial collaboration about care reforms, as it is indeed prescribed by the ILO resolution. So today, the ITUC is launching a new report titled Trade Unions Advancing the Care Agenda. The report documents concrete examples from Chile, the Philippines, and Australia, aiming to showcase how trade unions are turning these global commitments, such as this important ILO resolution, to real action at the local and national levels. And as the report shows, there have been indeed significant legislative and policy advances in these three countries, and in some cases coupled with important public investments by these governments that do lead to decent job creation in care and do lead to expanding access to care and support services, but also to securing rights and protections for care workers and workers with caring responsibilities. So let me cite some examples from the report. I'll start first with Australia, where the Australian Council of Trade Unions, ACTU, our affiliate, has indeed advanced sectoral collective bargaining mechanisms in care sectors, particularly in aged care and early childhood education, that have really delivered landmark wage increases for care workers. There has been also important public investments in care by the Australian government, which has pledged $850 million through the Building Early Education Fund, which is described as the single biggest investment by an Australian government ever in new childcare services. And this initiative will create 160 new childcare centers, primarily for underserved communities. So these and other measures do represent meaningful progress towards universal early childhood education and care in Australia, which has been a long-standing campaign of our affiliates and all the Australian unions. Now, in the Philippines, our affiliates, the National Trade Union Confederation, Centro, KMU, TUCP, FFW, have really worked to formalize and protect care workers in both public and private sectors. They're organizing barangay health workers and domestic workers, ensuring the rights to join a union and bargain collectively, advocating for their inclusion in social protection and in the national minimum wage system. So these actions do reflect the resolution's call for decent work for all care workers, including those most at risk of insufficient or inadequate protection, such as domestic workers and migrant care workers. And in Chile, the Central Unitaria de Trabajadores, CUT, has been a key voice in shaping the new national system of care and support, Chile Cuida, pushing for the integration of labor rights and gender equality. And CUT has also used collective bargaining and social dialogue to advance equal pay and better working time arrangements for workers with caring responsibilities, again, directly addressing the resolution's goals. But also unions have been taking action to ensure ratification and effective implementation of care-related international labor standards, such as ILO Conventions 189 on domestic workers, 183 on maternity protection, 156 on workers with family responsibilities, which has indeed led to recent ratifications. And just to give you an example, Convention 156 on workers with family responsibilities has been recently ratified by the governments of the Dominican Republic, Namibia, Uzbekistan, and Colombia. So all these examples show that unions are not waiting for change, they are driving it using social dialogue, collective bargaining, and other means to help build integrated and coherent care policies and systems that contribute to a rights-based approach to care as prescribed by the ILO resolution. We know that there is still a long way to achieve transformative and lasting change in many parts of the world, but the ITUC and our affiliates around the world remain firmly committed to advancing care policies and systems that promote decent work and gender equality using the ILO resolution as a roadmap. This is part of our global push for a new social contract rooted in a gender transformative agenda and our democracy that delivers campaign. So as the ITUC, we say clearly today and forever, care is a human right, a public good, and the foundation of social justice, inclusive economic growth, and sustainable development. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria, for the clarity and for all the examples from the countries. I think it's really important to bring them to the floor today. And to finalize this segment, we wanted to conclude with the voices of the private sector to help us to complete the different perspectives. And our next speaker is also online, Ms. Louise Larsen, Senior Advisor of the Confederation of Danish Employers, International Organization of Employers. Louise, I hope you can hear us and you're still there. And we would like to hear from your side, well, how are employers' organizations contributing to the implementation of the 2024 ILO ILC resolution on the care economy and decent work, particularly obviously in shaping policies that both meet enterprises' needs and strengthening support for workers as caregivers and for care sector workers. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Yes.
definitely hear you. I can see there's an issue with the camera or the video, but I will just go ahead anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you today in this very timely event. As already mentioned, the International Labour Conference resolution on care really marked a significant shift, recognizing globally that care is a cornerstone of sustainable economy. It also affirms that a strong, inclusive care economy is fundamental to the well-being of individuals, while underscoring that employers play an important role in shaping a proactive policy agenda to promote the care economy in the spirit of shared responsibility towards a resilient system that enhances enterprise productivity and upholds human dignity. As the resolution rightly recognized the global skills shortages affecting the care economy, both in the public and the private sectors, it underscores also the need to invest in skills development to ensure that the care workforce is trained and equipped as needed, while also providing career development opportunities to both attract and retain workers. A strong care economy supports women's economic participation. Paid care work create work opportunities for women, while access to care services allow more women to participate in the labor market. This dual impact fosters increased gender equality, economic empowerment, and a vital workforce, all important elements of inclusive growth. As we translate our collective commitments into concrete policies, allow me to highlight 3 areas where employers, in collaboration with ILO constituents, are contributing to real change. First, since women and girls constitute the majority of both paid and unpaid caregiving, promoting policies and measures that recognize caregiving responsibility reinforces the principle of equality, a fundamental human rights, while increasing workforce participation and retention. Through structured consultation and dialogue, employers have implemented practical measures such as flexible working arrangement, parental leave, and support for child and elder care. These initiatives embody the spirit of the resolution while ensuring the solutions remain flexible at the national level, sustainable and mutually beneficial, promoting work-life balance and supporting business operations. Many employers have taken further concrete initiatives. One notable example is Brazil, where the Social Service for Industry runs early childhood education programs that serve over 9,000 children every year. This initiative often arises from company-level discussions and serve as a model for how enterprise-led efforts can simultaneously improve productivity, retention, and family well-being. Second, the care sector is one of the most vital and rapidly growing pillars of the global economy. But to deliver quality care, investment in upskilling and reskilling is necessary. Employers continue to take a proactive stance to professionalize care work by promoting access to training and raising awareness of the importance of well-being for caregivers. Effective outcomes such as improved service delivery and support for workers seeking knowledge and guidance, especially in emerging fields like long-term care and support for seniors, are crucial for service quality and well-being. Reskilling and upskilling enable job seekers to gain viable technical and social skills as a path to work opportunities, while empowering workers to pursue careers in the care sectors. As such, we welcome the emphasis on and efforts to promote active labor market policies, education and training, while stressing the need for robust apprenticeship schemes geared to care to serve as a viable professional path. The recognition of skills and certification are necessary to facilitate swift and effective labor market transitions in the sector. A third area where employers in the private sector contribute to achieving concrete results is the development and implementation of a pathway to formalization. Formalization offers mutual advantages, including workers gain access to social protection, such as healthcare and pensions, while employers benefit from a stable, skilled workforce, ultimately creating a system that benefits everyone. We, of course, recognize the scale of the challenges with us, including limited financial resources and democratic pressures that test our systems. Yet we also face unprecedented opportunities to build stronger public-private partnerships and to align social protections with economic growth, along with a call for substantial public investment to develop a care infrastructure that sustains us all into the future. As employers, we see the care economy as an integral part of the future of work. Through coherent policy frameworks, targeted initiatives, and wide-ranging dialogue, we can deliver transformative change, rethinking how care is provided and supported across societies, serving both those who give care and those who receive care. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Luis. And thank you so much for joining us. And we will finish with a really great panel, 4 of the speakers here in person for the last 25 minutes that we have to commemorate the day. And we would like to invite all of them to join us at the front of the room. First of all, His Excellency Mr. Nkosi, Permanent Representative of South Africa. Also Mr. Rodrigo Pintado, Consular of Human Rights Coordinator of the Permanent Mission of Mexico to the UN. Also Her Excellency Ms. Nahida Chauban, Permanent Representative of Bangladesh. And then His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Cook, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Moldova. So the 4 of you, please, if you don't mind to join here, and then we will start the last segment that, as I have mentioned at the beginning, it will basically focus on progress made at national and regional level and challenges faced. And I will start with the permanent representative of South Africa, Mr. Nkosi, His Excellency. South Africa is leading this year's G20 discussions. We are just waiting for the G20 Leaders Summit in a few weeks. And one of the key topics being addressed is the care economy. And South Africa has been strongly promoting gender equality and inclusion of people with disabilities in these conversations. So we would like to hear from you what progress has South Africa made in its national care and support systems, and why are global commitments such as those discussed at the G20 and some others that we have heard at the beginning of this panel important for South Africa's national efforts. Please, His Excellency.
That's a practical example of care and support. Well, thanks very much, moderator, and thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, and I greet also my fellow panelists, excellencies. It is indeed a great honor for South Africa to join this important event, the third commemoration of the International Day of Care and Support. And I thank the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the ILO, as well as UN Women for hosting this event. The theme of this year's commemoration, care and support for all, realizing human rights of all those providing and requiring care and support, resonates very deeply with South Africa's constitutional vision of a society founded on human dignity, equality, social justice principles that lie at the heart of our approach to building a caring and inclusive society. Care and support are the basis for the well-being and development of all people and societies. However, as we've heard, in many countries, care systems are inexistent or inadequate. In those countries where they exist, women and girls, including those with disabilities and older women, carry out a disproportionate share of care and support. Excess workload of unpaid care work and household responsibilities reduce time and resources for women and girls to access education, including lifelong learning and training, decent work, social life, and self-care. As for South Africa, we regard care and support systems as an integral component of our social programs. These are indeed the foundation of our collective resilience, our human rights architecture, and our pathway to sustainable development. Over the past decade, South Africa has made tremendous strides in advancing a rights-based care and support system. Our constitution guarantees social protection grants, health care, and support for vulnerable persons, enforceable rights. Guided by these principles, our government has implemented a number of programs aimed at providing comprehensive social protection for people needing support. In response to part of your question around the G20 chairship or presidency that South Africa holds this year, I'm happy to say that our advocacy role in the G20, particularly in the empowerment of women working group, we've placed the issue of care as a priority in the global development debate. We've called for greater recognition of care work as a driver of sustainable economic growth, social cohesion, and gender equality. These discussions reaffirmed that investing in the care economy, care infrastructure, decent work for care workers, and a fair redistribution of unpaid care responsibilities are the key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to promote this agenda regionally through the African Union frameworks on social protection and gender equality, ensuring that care is seen not as a private family responsibility, but a public good, a human right. We also acknowledge the pivotal role played by women, often the invisible backbone of the care system. Despite progress that we've made, we are acutely aware of the challenges, namely the need for sustainable financing, adequate remunerative care work, and protections for care workers, as well as the urgency of building data systems to inform policy. As we commemorate this day, South Africa reaffirms its commitment to work with the partners to build a universal, inclusive, and rights-based care and support system that leaves no one behind. Let us remember that caring is not charity. It is a human right whose recognition will restore our common and shared humanity and dignity. I thank you.
Thank you so much for your words on this inspiring intervention. I would like now to pass the floor to Mr. Rodrigo Pintado, Counselor of the Human Rights Coordinator Permanent Mission of the Mexico to the UN. Mexico has been a global lead on promoting human rights-based care and support systems and hosted we have heard, the Regional Conference of Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, also co-convener of the Global Alliance for Care, if I may say, but we would like to hear at the national level, a part of these efforts at the multilateral international level that has been so crucial in the last years, at the national level, what progress has Mexico made in improving its national care and support systems, and how the regional development is helping those national efforts? Obviously, the regional conference was a key moment for that, but beyond that. So please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Ambassador Mendez, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and we are very happy to support this event and to participate in this commemoration of the International Day of Care and Support, because as you have said very clearly, for Mexico, this is a priority, and we have shown that throughout many initiatives here in the Human Rights Council on the issue of care and support, on children's rights, on older persons, on women's rights, on the issues of gender, and even also, of course, persons with disabilities that we lead with New Zealand. So this is an issue where we clearly would like to walk the talk at the international level, but we also need to do so at the national level to make a difference for those who really matter, who are the persons that are providing those services of care and support, and the persons that are also receiving those. And one of the main things that have changed in Mexico is the election of the first women president of Mexico, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum. I think that really changed a lot in the perception that Mexicans have on first on the role of women, but also on the fact that she said from day one that the issue of care and support was going to be one of her main priorities as the president of Mexico. And she was very clear, and she has since then very clearly saying and acting in this regard, and highlighting the role that care and support plays in our society, and the work that particularly women play in that regard. And this is also I think it's important to understand that we need to foster some sort of a social and cultural change in our societies, where we took for granted for many millennia that women were going to be in charge of the care within the families. And now we understand that this does not have to be like that, and that the states have a responsibility, and that we also need to recognize that care and support as a work and something that is providing to our societies and also contributing to our development, which is also very important for us. You mentioned, and Mrs. Ana Wesmes from ECLAC also mentioned the two regional highlights, which were the adoption of the Tlatelolco commitment, which was chaired by Mexico. This is something very relevant because it, as said, paves the way for the whole region on concrete goals on a comprehensive care and support systems in our region, and also the advisory opinion of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, which recognizes the right to care as an autonomous human right. This is very important in the legal frameworks that we have. Now, at the national level, in recent years, we have implemented several policies. And first, I think that as I mentioned, the president decided that the care and support agenda is a part of the 2025-2030 National Development Plan, which promotes the creation of a national care system as one of the 100 commitments that the president made. So those commitments are being reviewed every year, and we are already progressing in the establishment of a national care system, which is a complicated task in a country as big as Mexico, right? So we are almost 200 million Mexicans and a very large country with many different cultural and social realities, and establishing a national system is complicated, especially in a federal state where you have different legislations between different states. I think the second initiative by the president was the creation of a Ministry of Women, which had never existed in Mexico before, which now coordinates the whole national care and support agenda. And this was very important because we had different ministries that were involved in their different parts of the issue of care. But now to put it within the Ministry of Women highlights the important role that women play in this regard, but also gives coordination to all the national policies in this matter. And then we established this year the Interinstitutional Working Group towards a Care Society, which includes all the national relevant actors to build this national care system. And we started this national care system this year with the establishment of the first 12 child care education centers in the north of the country, in Ciudad Juárez and the city of Chihuahua. So this will be the first one to establish at the national level. And then in Mexico City, which is one of the largest cities in the world, the Mayor Clara Brugada announced a new program which is called City That Cares for Caregivers, which is a program that provides financial support and access to culture, sports, and educational activities for caregivers, in addition to specialized services. So this is very concrete measure at a local level. But we definitely know that there are many challenges that remain, and it's important during this day to listen to the voices of those that provide care and support and those that require that care and support. It's important to take it into account so that we take the correct measures to address their needs. And we also believe that the care and support systems must be gender, age, and disability responsive, and must be grounded on human rights. And finally, looking forward, I would like to conclude with future actions that we can all think about in our respective roles in this care and support agenda. First, I think it's important to universally recognize the right to care and support in all its dimensions, and this is a political work that we have to do at the multilateral level, because we are not there yet. Secondly, we need at the national level to invest in infrastructure, services, and policies that ensure that care and support does not translate into inequalities, but a shared and valued responsibility. And there's a cultural and social change, a mentality change that we need to do in that regard. And finally, we need to strengthen international cooperation so that no person in any country is left behind in this transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such concrete proposals for moving forward. And we move to another continent, in this case, Her Excellency Ms. Shobhan, Permanent Representative of Bangladesh. Bangladesh in 2024 launched its roadmap for childcare. Its goals are to provide quality childcare for children, enable work-life balance for working parents, and improve the skills and working conditions of childcare workers. So how the roadmap has been implementing, and what are the main progresses that you can explain to us? Please, Her Excellency.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Bangladesh is pleased to join the Geneva community today in commemorating 29 October as the International Day of Care and Support. We reaffirm our support for this important global initiative, which recognizes care as a fundamental pillar of human dignity, gender equality, and social justice. On this day, we respect the invaluable contributions of caregivers, both paid and unpaid, whose dedication sustains families, communities, and societies, yet too often remains undervalued and invisible. In 2025, we saw significant international developments in the normative discussions vis-à-vis care, from the UN Commission on the Status of Women, selecting care systems as the priority theme for CSW 72, to the World Health Assembly Resolution WHA 78.16. Recognizing and safeguarding care workers, and the Seville commitment on financing for development, calling for increased investment in the care economy. Most notably, the ILO resolution on decent work and the care economy adopted in 2024 offers a historic tripartite consensus that care work must be recognized and rewarded. Now, Madam Moderator, going back to Bangladesh, in this spirit, Bangladesh launched its national roadmap for childcare in November 2024 with the technical support from ILO, an important initiative that translates our commitment to building a comprehensive national care system. The roadmap aims to ensure quality childcare for all children, enable work-life balance for working parents, me being one of them is included here, and personalize and protect childcare workers. Professionalize and protect childcare workers. Since its adoption, we have taken concrete steps towards implementation. National childcare standards are being developed in collaboration with the ILO, UNICEF, employers' federations, and civil society. A pilot network of model childcare centers has been initiated in different parts of Bangladesh, alongside community-based childcare for informal sector workers. Already, several enterprises, including in the ready-made garments sector, have established childcare facilities under strengthened enforcement of national labor regulations. At the same time, over 1,000 childcare workers have received formal training through the National Skills Development Authority of Bangladesh as part of the plan to bring childcare into the National Technical and Vocational Qualifications Framework. Looking ahead, the government of Bangladesh is committed to the full implementation of the roadmap through a whole of government and whole of society approach. Our government has undertaken a plan to scale childcare services nationally, expand fiscal space for care investment, and integrate childcare into national social protection schemes. We are also prioritizing the formalization of the care workforce in line with the ILO's 5R framework for decent care work. Bangladesh will also begin measurement of unpaid care work in national statistics in line with SDG indicator 5.4.1 to make women's invisible contribution to the economy visible. Dear moderator, care transformation is a shared global challenge. No country can achieve it alone. Bangladesh believes that international cooperation must expand in 4 key areas. First,
A dedicated and predictable international financing for care systems is essential, especially for low and middle income countries. Second, we call for technology transfer and innovation in community-based care models and digital care platforms. Third, we urge strengthened South-South cooperation on care responsive labor policies, childcare system design, and long-term care strategies for aging populations. Finally, we call for the care agenda to be fully integrated into climate response, migration policy, and humanitarian action as care burdens intensify during these crisis situations. In conclusion, Bangladesh reiterates that care cannot remain invisible in public policy. It is the backbone of social resilience, women's economic inclusion, and economic productivity. We stand ready to work with the global community in building a fairer, more caring, and more human-centered world. Because when care is prioritized, societies thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And the last speaker for the segment from another continent, His Excellency, Mr. Vladimir Cook, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Moldova, also to bring how Moldova has been working to improve its national care and support system, including children, disability support, care and support for older persons, and what are the main progresses made in Moldova on transforming care and support systems. Please, His Excellency.
Thank you very much, Anna. Well, first of all, thank you very much for staying till the end of the event. It means you really care about what we are talking and implementing and working, and that means a lot. Yes, Moldova, Eastern Europe, 2.5 million people right now, going through difficult transition, economic transition, and it has its own challenges, but we are working and very much committed to develop. And I will go through a little bit a number of our policies. Whatever I will say, we're not doing, of course, alone. We are doing it in a very close cooperation with ILO, UN Women, UNFPA, UNDP, and some other agencies who are our key partners in delivering these policies. So their support and presence is very important. So I'll go through a number of vulnerable groups which we are designing in. But before that, I will say one thing. You remember, Spanish ambassador was going back 5 million years ago, discussing how the first year. I will not go where Moldova was at the time. But speaking of time, 2023, the year when this resolution has been adopted about declaring the International Day of Care and Support. Well, preparing for this event, I discovered that in 2023, we have been launching a number of policies who were actually directly related to care and support in Moldova. So it's interesting. So now we are somewhere in the middle of implementation of many programs. So we see already first results, but there are more to come in the future. So first, childcare. I think the main accent here, focus was put on going or diversifying childcare services. Of course, we know childcare services, kindergartens, this is the public, let's say, service mostly, but now what we are working on is creating alternative, private-owned company managed for big companies who have big like teams and with kids. So these are the examples, and they are growing. So not only public, but private and family-owned, and other types of alternative childcare services are being developed. This is, I think, the main focus of this policy. Second, the caregivers. Exactly, the policy is to create as flexible as possible options for them to be able first to take care of children, but also to find their way back to the social and economic life when let's say the conditions allow. So that's why we have been designing various flexible schemes how to allow the mothers to come back, the fathers to take care. So for the father paternal leave has been also introduced and is more and more used in Moldova. Going to speaking about persons with disabilities, of course, main source of commitments is the convention. We've ratified recently the optional protocol on communications. But Natalia has been speaking that the different persons with different disabilities require different types of support. So I will not go through the whole list of services which are being provided to people with disabilities. But the most important part here is that they are tailor-made. There are people with mental disabilities, with physical disabilities, severe, moderate. So for all of them, there is a specific type of service, so tailor-made to the level and to the type of disability. And speaking about caregivers, one of the examples of policies of those who taking care of people with disability is an example when they have a program Respiro. So, for example, they can live for 24 hours and leave the person with disability on the being taken care of a special service, let's say. So giving them a break and some, let's say, a moment to rest. Now, referring to older people, and internationally, Moldova has been a supporter and is a supporter of the having an international legal instrument on the rights of older people. We are also have been putting a special program which has been adopted in 23, a national program for active and healthy aging, which is an important element. One of the examples of this program is the so-called University of Third Age, where older people can come and learn skills which are they need in let's say very modern and more different life. So which digital skills. So being able to work, even being, for example, at their pension age. So this is one of the examples. Another one is a specific project helping to elderly women in rural areas, for example, so which are mostly sometimes in the most difficult spot. Last 2 points is besides focusing on the groups of vulnerable people, we're also focusing on the system. So in 2023, again, we launched a big program reform of Restart. It's called Restart. It's a program of restructuring and consolidating our social assistance scheme. There are a lot of interesting results, but basically the main thing that we now much better how many social assistance cases we have, what type of them, so we have a much better mapping, which helps us in budgeting social assistance. So basically, this program will make our social assistance system much better prepared to provide enough, sufficient, and quality help. Moldova has just had elections a few weeks ago. This Friday, we'll have a new government. The next Minister of Social Affairs will be a person coming from UNFPA Moldova, deputy representative. So we will be using the experience which she accumulated working for UNFPA now actually on the policy delivery, not policy advice, but or assistance, but policy delivery side of the work, which is very good. And the program of the future government has a very specific point to increase by 30% the number of beneficiaries of all kinds of support policies, disabilities, older people, and others. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. I don't know if I probably went ahead more than 5 minutes. Sorry for that, but I had the most difficult task to speak the last. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the understanding. It's great to have the four of you here and you have been able to summarize so many things. And in fact, the biggest apologies is for the person that is waiting for the closing remarks. And with that, we will close the commemoration. But obviously, we wanted to give her the opportunity to give those final words to commemorate this day, coming from the ILO, one of the organizers of this commemoration. So Ms. Sukti Dasgupta, Director, Conditions of Work and Equality Department of the International Labour Organization, who is online, but we would like her to close the event. And with that, to thank not only the ones here, but also the ones in Zoom for all your patience and for your presence in this commemoration. And please, the ambassadors and excellencies to just be able to sit in front of the screen. So Sukti, you close the commemoration. Thank you to you and your team for the efforts, also to UN Women, and obviously to the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues and friends. It is really an honor and a privilege for me to conclude this excellent event celebrating the International Day of Care and Support 2025. But my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person today. But I've been listening to the excellent interventions from many of you. And now, as it was reiterated by many of the interventions, care is central to human, social, economic, and environmental well-being, and it is a foundation for sustainable development. And care work, both paid and unpaid, sustains every society and every economy. It enables all other work. And therefore, investing in care creates jobs, it drives gender equality, it strengthens societies. And according to the macro simulations from the ILO, closing the care policy gaps could create 299 million jobs, that's a big number, by 2035, and could also generate returns of US dollar 3.76 in every global GDP of dollar invested. So there are strong returns to investment in care, and yet, as some of you have pointed out, care remains both underinvested and underfinanced, and for millions of care workers around the world, their work also remains undervalued and invisible. In fact, according to our estimates, in 2023, there are about 748 million people aged 15 and over who are outside the labor force due to unpaid care responsibilities, of which, and this is not surprising, 708 million are women. And on the other hand, paid care workers also face persistent decent work deficits. Many, especially domestic workers, migrant workers, those who work in the informal economy, work very long hours for very low wages without labor and social protection, nor access to fundamental principles and rights at work. And for those who rely on care and support, access also remains uneven. The newly launched ILO Global Business and Disability Network report, Care to Compete, shows that nearly 60% of employees who were surveyed, employees with disabilities, said that unmet care and support needs directly affect their livelihoods. And it reduces their working hours, it reduces their job security as well as their income stability. And yet today we also celebrate progress and possibility, and we heard from many of you about the excellent initiatives that are happening across your countries and the world. And the care economy is increasingly recognized as a cornerstone of sustainable development. And the ILO resolution, which was adopted last year in 2024 concerning decent work in the care economy, did mark a historic milestone, and it was mentioned by Her Excellency Subhan from Bangladesh and from others as well. And it offers, for us and for our constituents, it offers a tripartite roadmap for building care policies and systems that work for all, guided by the 5R framework, which is recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid care, and reward and represent care workers. And we're already seeing this transformation take shape across the world. In addition to what we have heard, just to add, in Indonesia, care has been placed at the heart of national development through the Care Economy Roadmap of 25 to 2045. In Uzbekistan, there are new laws on parental leave and maternity protection, which are helping to rebalance the distribution of care work between men and women. In Tanzania, domestic workers are gaining recognition as skilled care workers through certified training, which is part of a national strategy. In Colombia, indigenous women are leading community-based care cooperatives that formalize and professionalize care work. And also, again, the ILO's Care to Compete report shows that the private sector top companies are embedding care into their sustainability and inclusion strategies, balancing the global standards with local needs, and they're also demonstrating strong leadership. And this boosts job satisfaction, talent retention, as well as productivity. And in fact, as one company said, our best policies come from listening to employees who have lived it. And International Domestic Workers Federation has now been organizing or now organizes about 669,000 members across 69 countries, amplifying the voices of some of the most invisible care workers worldwide and helping to secure recognition, rights, representation for domestic workers everywhere. Now, at the global level, I also wanted to mention that the South for Care platform, which was launched by the ILO and constituents in Doha in September of this year, is really advancing South-South cooperation and peer learning amongst governments, workers, and employers organizations. And it's certainly going to be a very useful platform for everybody interested in care. Yet there are barriers that remain, and to overcome them, as many of you have said, we must work together and we must work decisively. And basically, I would highlight 3 I's: the invest in care, involve partners, government, social partners, other stakeholders in dialogue to come up with the best possible solutions, and implement policies that build on care-related international instruments as well as labor standards for a rights-based approach to care. And as we close this year's celebration, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to value, to ensure and invest in care and support for all. And the ILO stands ready with our partners, and I would also like to thank UN Women, anyway, it's OHCHR for collaborating with us on this event today, and others. And we stand ready to act together with governments, employers, and workers' organizations, with the UN system, other partners, to make right to decent work in and through care economy a lived reality. And thank you once again for your time, for your insights and your engagement, which made this discussion so rich. And once again, very warm greetings from the ILO on this International Day of Care and Support to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with this, we close, perhaps just with a photo, because if not, it's not a commemoration. And this is the United Nations official commemoration, but we have other commemoration going on all around the world, and they will love to have a photo of all of you. So I can take it. I can also be the one, the photographer. So just 1 second, but thank you so much.
Soy María Guijarro, secretaria de Estado de Igualdad y para la Erradicación de la Violencia contra las Mujeres. En este Día Internacional de los Cuidados 2025 queremos contaros que esta Secretaría de Estado, que pertenece al Ministerio de Igualdad del Gobierno de España, alberga desde 2021 el Plan Corresponsables. Se trata de una política pública pionera y transversal que promueve la corresponsabilidad en los cuidados de menores hasta los 16 años, porque queremos avanzar hacia la igualdad en el reparto de los tiempos de cuidados y la carga mental que conllevan. Y lo hacemos a través de actividades que tienen como eje central la perspectiva de género. Avanzamos con paso firme hacia la igualdad plena entre mujeres y hombres. Somos Voices of Care.
Care is central to well-being and for economies and societies to function. But the current unequal distribution of care responsibilities deeply impacts women's lives, limiting their choices and opportunities. On this International Day of Care and Support, let's all commit to change this reality, transforming care systems to build a more equal and just society for all.
No puede haber igualdad de género sin cuidados dignos, reconocidos y compartidos. Los cuidados no son un favor, son un derecho, son un pilar de justicia social.
My name is Violet Shibutse. I am a caregiver from Kenya. I'm a member of the Huairou Commission, which is a global movement of grassroots women-led organizations, where I am also the chair. The world is commemorating the Day for Care and Support on 29th October. We as caregivers, we want the world to acknowledge the contribution that the caregivers have brought in the world and what we have done to be able to stand with families during the times of crisis like COVID-19, HIV/AIDS pandemic, and even the climate crisis. We also are calling for people that are development actors to invest in care, to resource care, and to recognize the contribution of grassroots women as caregivers. Thank you.
La FITH acaba de lanzar su teoría del cambio con foco en el trabajo decente para las trabajadoras del hogar en la era del cuidado. Contanos de qué se trata, cómo surge esta iniciativa y cuál es su finalidad práctica.
La FITH es la primera y la única federación global de trabajadoras del hogar a nivel mundial. Tiene un recorrido de 12 años de vida institucional, pero como movimiento social laboral organizado, tiene casi 100 años de vida. Es decir, existe una gran experiencia y sabiduría que se ha ido desarrollando lentamente desde las bases. desde las bases de sindicatos de trabajadoras del hogar en diferentes partes del mundo. Y son justamente esta experiencia y esta historia las que han permitido la consolidación de una Federación Global Mundial de Trabajadoras del Hogar, es decir, la FITH. Esta federación, la creación de esta federación, es un acto que no solamente era impensable ante los ojos de muchos, sobre todo de hombres que decían que las mujeres, y mucho menos las trabajadoras del hogar, no pueden hacer política porque no saben, porque no tienen tiempo, porque no tienen una vida sindical orgánica, etc. Sino que también es un acto revolucionario desde un punto de vista de lucha de clase y de desmantelamiento del patriarcado. La finalidad práctica de la teoría de cambio es mostrar, demostrar y compartir nuestras reflexiones, nuestras lecciones aprendidas, integradas en una hoja de ruta y en una variedad de estrategias y tácticas desarrolladas por las mismas trabajadoras del hogar, no por agentes externos, para poder alcanzar el reconocimiento de derechos a nivel legal y también a nivel socionormativo y cultural. En primer lugar, partimos de nuestro propio entendimiento de las razones que perpetúan las múltiples exclusiones sistemáticas que ellas enfrentan. En segundo lugar, planteamos objetivos claros y multidimensionales sobre cómo revertir y responder a las necesidades, limitaciones y condiciones únicas que caracterizan al sector doméstico. Y en tercer lugar, planteamos una teoría de cambio sobre cómo es muy importante, alcanzar ese reconocimiento de derechos en la teoría y en la práctica a partir de la construcción de poder colectivo de base, es decir, de un fortalecimiento organizativo sindical gradual y ciertamente no con pocos obstáculos. Queremos compartir este recorrido y junto a él las lecciones aprendidas y la sabiduría que ha emergido de este caminar. Lo queremos compartir con todos los aliados, los parceros con quienes trabajamos, ya sean de la cooperación internacional, ya sean oficiales técnicos de los ministerios, de la Oficina Internacional del Trabajo, hacedores de política pública y tomadores y tomadoras de decisión.
¿Por qué lanzamos nuestra teoría del cambio ahora? ¿Cuál es su relevancia particular en este momento que estamos atravesando?
Porque consideramos que si bien las reivindicaciones y objetivos fundamentales del movimiento de trabajadoras del hogar no ha cambiado sustancialmente, lo que sí ha cambiado es el contexto y el momento. Hoy nos encontramos con nuevas formas de trabajo, nuevas modalidades de reclutamiento y de contratación, que en muchos casos están sujetas al algoritmo. Pero también estamos en una época de pospandemia, donde el cuidado ha emergido como una necesidad y una prioridad clara para las sociedades y las economías. Incluso en el continente americano, recientemente acaba de ser reconocido como un derecho humano. En esta nueva era de los cuidados, vemos que tenemos posibilidades, oportunidades de revertir esta realidad, pero también riesgos de que las demandas y las necesidades de las entre 25 y 95% de trabajadoras cuidadoras del mundo, que son las trabajadoras del hogar, no sean integradas efectivamente y sustancialmente en los planes y sistemas nacionales de cuidado que los gobiernos están desarrollando en estos momentos.
¿Cuáles son los principales desafíos que se presentan para las trabajadoras del hogar en la era del cuidado?
El primer desafío es de que el cuidado no sea concebido y articulado como un trabajo, que debe de realizarse en condiciones dignas y de trabajo decente, incluyendo salarios justos, empleos formalizados, con protección social y laboral, con acceso a la justicia y libres de violencia y acoso. De que el cuidado no sea concebido como una necesidad y no exista financiamiento para infraestructura pública para que las cuidadoras remuneradas, como las trabajadoras del hogar, y las no remuneradas tengan sus necesidades de cuidado cubiertas gracias a servicios e infraestructura pública y de calidad.
¿De qué manera podemos usar nuestra teoría del cambio como herramienta para abordar esos riesgos y desafíos?
La teoría de cambio nos explica de manera gráfica y apoyada en datos y testimonios de las mismas trabajadoras cuáles son las razones de esta exclusión y de la desvalorización del trabajo doméstico al considerarlo como una ayuda o como una labor natural que las mujeres, nótese, mujeres pobres, negras, indígenas, inmigrantes, deben cumplir debido a su rol de género o de clase. Si entendemos las razones de la exclusión, podemos abordar soluciones reales y efectivas desde la mirada de las expertas, es decir, de las mismas trabajadoras del hogar. La teoría de cambio también ofrece no solamente las soluciones, sino el camino que le ha permitido a la organización sindical reivindicar sus derechos y convertirse en sujeto de diálogo social con gobiernos e incluso con empleadores. Esta interlocución entre el movimiento organizado de trabajadoras del hogar ha permitido mejoras sustanciales, reales y duraderas, que aunque aún falta un largo camino por recorrer, pero lo importante es que hemos descubierto que estamos en el camino correcto. Este es el camino que queremos compartir a través de una hoja de ruta, de una teoría de cambio, para compartir con la filantropía, los hacedores de política pública y los oficiales técnicos de los gobiernos, para decir, es por aquí y tenemos evidencia.
Desde que nos levantamos hasta que nos vamos a dormir, realizamos infinidad de tareas que son fundamentales para nosotros y para nuestras familias. Preparar la comida, lavar los platos, coordinar horarios, llevar a niños y personas mayores al médico. Desde que nos levantamos hasta que nos vamos a dormir, realizamos infinidad de tareas que son fundamentales para nosotros y para nuestras familias. Preparar la comida, lavar los platos, coordinar horarios, llevar a niños y personas mayores al médico y un extenso etcétera. Si nadie hiciera estas tareas, ¿qué sucedería? Los cuidados sostienen la vida y la sociedad en la que vivimos. Son esenciales para el desarrollo físico, emocional y cognitivo de los integrantes de la familia, pero además es fundamental para el funcionamiento del sistema. Las personas pueden poner su trabajo al servicio de la producción porque se han alimentado, han descansado, han atendido su salud. A veces elegimos cuidar, otras es algo que nos toca y la mayoría de las veces resulta muy cansador hacer malabares para llegar a todo. El trabajo, la casa, la comida, la escuela de nuestros hijos, acompañar a nuestros padres, nuestros propios proyectos y hacer que los ingresos alcancen para llegar a fin de mes. ¿Esto fue siempre así? La noción de familia tipo tradicional, con un hombre proveedor y una mujer ama de casa y cuidadora, durante mucho tiempo fue la única aceptada como natural. Lo esperable para una o dos generaciones anteriores era que los hombres dedicaran a trabajar y ganar el sustento y las mujeres a cuidar niños y personas mayores. Si lo pensamos en términos históricos, hasta no hace tanto tiempo las mujeres no podíamos estudiar, trabajar, recibir un salario y ser responsables de nuestros hijos. Si bien las mujeres empezamos a trabajar fuera del hogar, la idea de que somos las únicas responsables de cuidar y de criar fue cambiando más lentamente. Por ejemplo, en Argentina, en 2013, cerca del 90% de las mujeres realizaba tareas de cuidado, mientras que solo el 58% de los varones también lo hacía. En 2021, un nuevo estudio mostró que la dedicación de las mujeres se mantuvo relativamente estable, pero la de los varones creció del 58% al 75%, que declararon realizar tareas tales como ocuparse de la comida, el orden y la limpieza del hogar. Cada vez más varones realizan tareas de cuidado y eso es muy positivo. Sin embargo, aún queda un desafío de distribuirlas mejor para que el tiempo sea equitativo, porque esos mismos estudios dicen que las mujeres dedican 6 horas en promedio por día, mientras que los varones dedican solo 3 horas promedio por día a tareas de cuidado. No estamos igual que en el pasado. Vivimos en una sociedad más libre e igualitaria, aunque todavía es injusta, en particular para ciertos grupos, por ejemplo, para las personas con discapacidad. Podemos seguir mejorando y progresando, definiendo qué políticas públicas son necesarias para personas y familias en nuestras diferentes circunstancias. Para acompañar a las familias a cuidar mejor y con más disfrute, las leyes y las políticas públicas deben tener en cuenta las necesidades, ajustes y apoyos que necesitamos para seguir recorriendo este camino hacia una sociedad en la que todas las personas podamos vivir con autonomía, con libertad y con justicia. Si los cuidados sostienen la salud y el bienestar individual y el funcionamiento de toda la sociedad, deberían ser una responsabilidad compartida dentro de las familias, pero también con participación del Estado, el mercado y la comunidad. Ahora tenemos un respaldo histórico. La Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos reconoció por primera vez el derecho al cuidado como un derecho autónomo, estableciendo que los Estados tienen la obligación de garantizarlo a través de políticas públicas y sistemas integrales de cuidados y apoyos. Como ratificó la Corte en su reciente opinión consultiva número 31, siguiendo la definición acuñada por Laura Pautasi, presidenta de ELA, el cuidado es un derecho humano de toda persona a cuidar, a ser cuidado y al autocuidado, para asegurar su bienestar y el desarrollo libre de su proyecto de vida. Invertir en políticas y sistemas integrales de cuidados y apoyos es económicamente rentable y genera impactos positivos en toda la comunidad. Una sociedad que cuida y que ofrece apoyos en igualdad es más inclusiva, productiva y resiliente.
the care work, no matter paid or unpaid, especially domestic workers who are paid care workers doing domestic work, no matter cleaning, cooking, personal care, we are all crucial workforce in the care economy. Without us, the society cannot move forward. So let's celebrate today, and we will also share our experiences, our thought, how can we proclaim care to be recognized, and especially workers in the care can be recognized of their rights, and those care workers also need care. So we are happy today that we have the affiliates from the IDWF, who are all domestic workers membership based organizations and unions. We are also very happy that we have a support network, individuals, academics, government officials, and NGOs, women organizations, labor unions, etc., etc. We are very happy, all of you, to join with us. And I also know some of you, a little bit of you are from the Americas, joining at 4 a.m. like that. So without further ado, I would like to invite our opening remarks from Carmen Brites, the president of the IDWF, the International Domestic Workers Federation. She had a PAR recording, video recording for us. So Maria, she's speaking in Spanish. We will read out the interpretation into English for the respected language translated. And hand over to the host to screen the video clip.
Yes, please give me 2 minutes because we're having a slight issue with the audio. So just give me a minute. Let me know if you cannot hear the sound or if you cannot see the video. Just drop me a text on the chat and I'll be playing it now.
Buenos días, soy Juana del Carmen Brite, presidenta de la Federación Internacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar. Quiero dejar un saludo enorme y felicitar a todo el equipo regional de Asia por este gran trabajo de investigación del tema de los cuidados. Principalmente a las trabajadoras del hogar, porque sin sus insumos nosotros no podríamos tener y llevar a cabo esta investigación. El gran apoyo que nos dio la OIT a esta región y a las demás regiones que estamos trabajando en conjunto. Pero también quiero agradecer y dejar un saludo especial a aquellos representantes gubernamentales que hoy están presentes en este gran evento. He dejado ahí un pequeño discurso para que ustedes puedan escuchar y decirles cuáles son el pensamiento de nuestra federación y cuál es el lineamiento que llevamos como trabajo. Lo que quiero decir es que el trabajo doméstico es un trabajo de cuidado, el trabajo doméstico es un trabajo decente y el trabajo doméstico es un trabajo con derecho. Ahí vamos por nuestra ratificación e implementación del convenio 189. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. Maria, is it possible for you to read it up? Do you have access to the English transcript?
Yes, sure. Just
Yes.
let me know if I reading the correct and the final one. So these are the translation from the message of Carmen, the IDWF president. Good morning, colleagues, domestic workers, from the Asia region. I am Joanna Del Carmen Britis, President of the International Domestic Worker Federation. I want to thank everyone for inviting me to deliver a video speech to all members of the IDWF Asia staff team, to the Asia Executive Committee, to the ILO team that always provides us with support, to the consultants who have worked on this project together with our companions, domestic workers, that without their input, this research could not be then have achieved. Thank you for special presence of the representative of the governments. I would like to start saying that the care economy goes hand in hand with the decent work. We have a convention C189 that represents us. It is a standard that protects all the right to perform decent work for us. However, ratification and the implementation on the part of the governments in the region, it's still very uphill. However, by such reason, we want to say that the care economy is also the responsibility of the governments and society, and is regarding your guarantee, visibility, and subject of labor rights. In that sense, our federation asks, and it will continue working for the following demands. First, the ratification and the implementation of the ILO Convention C189. Second, that we recognize domestic workers as a fundamental pillar of the care economy, both paid and unpaid. We are the first caregivers and care providers of the world. 3, construction of care policies or systems that must include mechanism to guarantee our rights. We are the sector that still has high rates of informality, and we want that we are placed on an equal footing as any other care workers. 4, to stress that our work, it is qualified job. Therefore, it's correspondent that care policies recognize the experience and the skill of domestic workers. Number 5, recognize the migrant domestic workers and her incorporation in the labor force of the countries to which they migrate. It is necessary that the protection of their labor right is vital for the services they are delivered to you, their employer, and is carried out without risk to their dependents. 6, domestic workers should be given their due voice and representation in social dialogue on care. From solidarity, we consider that the job domestic worker is carried out by millions of women in the world and should be visibilized. We move the economies of the world, but care policies should include us and the ratification and implementation of our Convention 189 by the governments. Guarantee social protection, and we are given the right that correspondent to us as workers. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity for me to reading the speech of the IDWF President Carmen Britis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carmen, for joining us. She has been always with us, and her speech is always very comprehensive. Being a former domestic worker is her life, in whole of her life, fighting for domestic workers' rights, with us joining from another side of the group. Thank you so much for that. Now we would like to introduce you to the very exciting result of our care policy mappings done in 12 Asian economies and countries. So I'd like to hand over to Raina Bhattacharya, who is the IDWF Program Officer of Asia, to deliver to you what are the results of these care policy mapping. And meanwhile, I would also like to invite you all to introduce yourself in the chat box, who you are, your name, your country, and your organization. Thank you. Hand over to you, Raina.
Thank you so much, Fish. Can everybody see my screen and hear me? Okay, I see a few thumbs up, so I will go ahead. So welcome to the launch of the care policy mapping. We are very, very excited to present to you the results of the mapping that we have done for 12 countries in Asia. And you can see the 12 countries on the screen currently. So there's Bangladesh, Nepal, India, and Sri Lanka from South Asia. There's Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea from East Asia. And we have Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and Cambodia from Southeast Asia. And the reason why we kind of undertook this particular kind of research is because in 2018, the first ever resolution was passed about the care economy in the Congress of the IDWF. And since then, we have been trying to advocate for care and the fact that domestic workers are care workers. But naturally, we are a domestic workers federation, and we have access to the lived experiences of domestic workers and them doing care work. But what we missed and what we did not have at the time was concrete data to talk about the fact that domestic workers are indeed care workers and they're undertaking a lot of care work. So hence, this was our attempt to kind of fill that gap and try to look at these 12 countries and try to actually figure out what was the care share across these countries and what was the care demand. We are calling it the care share because for a lot of care recipients, the word demand does not fit in well with the nature of care that they receive. So we use the term care share. So we wanted to look at the care share, which are across these different countries. We also wanted to look at all of the policies that are existing across these countries in terms of care. And we wanted to see whether domestic workers were featured in those care policies and how much of the care share was being undertaken by domestic workers. So this was the main approach to the study. And this is what we found out. So first thing that we found out was that from each of these 12 countries, actually, there are 9 countries which are already, you can consider as aging. And they are Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Indonesia, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and India. And by definition, actually the UN definition, if the countries have more than 7% of its population reaching the age of 65 and above, that makes them an aging society. So in all of these 12 countries, as you can see, 9 of the countries are aging. That means that the care needs are significantly increasing. And the other thing that we noticed was that a lot of the elderly in these 12 countries also tended to live in a lot of poverty or in the lower economic status. Like, for example, when we looked at data from Indonesia, we saw that 45% of the lowest 40% of the 45% of the elderly are in the lowest 40% economic status. And in the Philippines, for example, if you see, we see that the 13% of the elderly in the Philippines are classified as members of like income poor and 4.3 as subsistence poor. So not only in these countries are there elderly people, there are also elderly people who are below the poverty line or in a socioeconomic status that needs support and help. And the other thing that we figured out is that there's very limited data on disability needs. So when we look at the care needs across a country in general, there are 3 populations that we consider: the elderly, the disability, the people with disability, and children. And this is the data that we have mainly on elderly care. And now let's look at what is happening with children. So in each of these 12 countries, actually, there is unfortunately like a very strong preference for home-based care over institutional care. And we will see what that means eventually. But the aim of the policies in these countries is to push the share of care more and more to households and less for the state to take up, with the exceptions, of course, of South Korea and Taiwan. And in South Korea and Taiwan, actually, South Korea has the principle of socialization of care, which means that the government and the state is mainly responsible for care provision and care delivery. And in Taiwan, there are a lot of public care services that are available to the public, which are much more robust as compared to the other 12 countries. However, in East Asia, if we look at South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, they also recorded the lowest birth rates in the world in recent years. So they are aging. And at the same time, they also have the lowest birth rate. But if you look at the other 6 countries on the right-hand side, which are Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Philippines, and India, 4 countries from South Asia and 2 countries from Southeast Asia, they have relatively larger children populations. So which means that in these countries, there is a need for child-based care more than there is need for like elderly or disability. So this is the data that we kind of figured out in terms of how much care share was needed. And when we were talking in the previous slide about how there is a lack of policy drive to bring care work into the public. So South Korea and Taiwan, South Korea has the principle of socialization of care, and Taiwan has great public care policies. But most of the other countries effectively have policies that put care on the household. Like, for example, in the Philippines, there is this constitution of the Philippines that clearly states that family has the duty to care for its family members. And of course, in Bangladesh, the Maintenance of Parents Act simply says that it is the children's duty to look after the parents. And it's not mentioned here in the slide, but in Hong Kong, the care policy statement is care should be taken first at home, and institutional support should be only provided as backup. So there's a clear push from the government side that care is actually the household's responsibility. And to allow that, they have also made policies in such a way that most care policies also target the unpaid women caregiver. Like, for example, in Malaysia, you have the Housewife Social Security Scheme, Retirement Savings Fund for Women, in which case, like, it assumes that there's a housewife and there's a husband, and the husband is going to contribute to the retirement savings, and a portion of it will be contributed by the government. So a lot of this actually like puts the share of care again on the women unpaid caregiver in these countries by effectively saying that we will be passing on the care share to you by giving you allowances for the kind of care work that you do. And also in all of these countries, maternity leaves are much longer than paternity leaves. Again, once again, signaling that it is the unpaid woman caregiver who essentially needs to take up care at the household level. And even when that is happening with the unpaid care unpaid woman caregiver, we also looked at the kind of family-friendly welfare and labor policies which are existing. And across Asia, like, they are very, very limited. Like, for example, one of the best examples we have is that in Thailand, we have a 98-day maternity leave, but paternity leave is not available to non-government employees, and it is only available for government employees. And in India, we have a 108-day maternity leave, but there is no paternity leave, for example. So there is again a push for maternity leave, but not for paternity leave. And that becomes like highly limited. And in fact, Taiwan is actually the only country across the 12 economies that have family care leave, a very significant type of leave that's different from maternity and paternity and elder care, with about 7 days a year. But unfortunately, the employer has no legal duty to pay for these services. And when these policies are not existing, of course, like when the care share is not met, the other option is to turn to private services to see whether they can meet the care share. And unfortunately, we have also seen that private services continue to be very unaffordable in many different contexts. Like, for example, in the Philippines, as you can see, like the charges between Filipino pesos 35,000 to 50,000 a month, and the average earning of a typical Filipino household is 22,000. And therefore, as you can see, like there is a very, very significant difference in the way there's a very, very significant difference between like what is actually the cost of private services versus what is it that households can earn. And you can also see, like, for example, that in Thailand, the private nursing homes are luxury services. If you could just give me one moment, I have my WhatsApp on my desktop because I was talking to a lot of the affiliates, and that is, I think the affiliates are still pinging, so I will switch that off and I will come back to the presentation. So just give me a moment. So this is where we are. And when we look at like this, what are the policies and the services that are provided by the state or by the community? We have also seen that they are also severely inadequate. Like, as you can see from the data here, that like the public care facilities in Malaysia have only about 0.4% of older persons, which with functional limitations for activities in daily living. And in the Philippines, for example, actually less than half of the children aged between 0 to 6 in the Philippines are enrolled in childcare. And Ms. Narleen is here from the Philippines, and she can talk about like, I think that there is a childcare that's supposed to be in each barangay, which is the local government unit in the Philippines, but that is also very limited and is not there in each of these barangays. And of course, in South Korea, for example, the service hours actually do not meet the needs of the working parents. And generally, like they are very far from the location, they have lack of transportation, and the quality of publicly funded childcare centers are also like very limited. So this is the situation that we are having currently with state funded. And if you look at some of the other data in some of the other countries as well, you would see, for example, that in the Philippines, there are only 4 government-funded nursing homes, and Bangladesh only has like 6 elderly homes in the whole country. And out of the 12 countries that we have, only South Korea and Taiwan are the 2 countries out of the 12 countries that have universal healthcare. And only 45.6% of the eligible children in Indonesia have been enrolled in preschool education. So this is the situation that we have currently, that there is a major care share in all of these countries. We have seen that the public and the state-funded and community-based care services are very limited and they cannot meet the needs of the care share. We can also see that the private care services are unaffordable to many. And we have also seen that most of the policies tend to push care towards the home. Now, in such a situation, if the unpaid woman caregiver has to participate in the labor force, and this is something that we have seen that in some of these countries, labor force participation rate of women goes significantly down if the care share goes up. So if we want these women to be participating in the labor force, that means that generally these families and households end up hiring domestic workers in their households to carry that care share. And because of the push of the government to actually push care into the household, it stays in the household, and domestic workers have to end up carrying a lot of the care share in these countries. So to prove that and to see how much of the care share was being taken up by domestic workers, we actually looked at how many domestic workers are there in each of these contexts. And we also tried to look at how many households do domestic workers provide care for. And in certain countries, we had the households data in terms of how many households are being helped by domestic workers and served by domestic workers. Also, we looked at how many domestic workers are there. And in case we don't have households data, we said that it is one domestic worker who was in one household. So that is how we kind of calculated the number of households in each country. And as you can see here, that in Bangladesh, it provides care for at least, domestic workers provide care for at least 1.3 million households. And in Taiwan, they shoulder about 30,000 of the population's care needs. In Malaysia, where we have a lot of our migrant domestic worker affiliates, we have over 90,000 domestic workers which are documented, and there are a large number of undocumented migrant domestic workers in Malaysia. And if we look at some of the other data, for example, in the Philippines, domestic workers provide care for at least 1.4 million households. In Hong Kong, it is about 13.4% of the households. And in South Korea, the official number is 609,50. But the actual number is actually purported or thought to be much, much more. And this is also true for countries in India, for example, where the official figures are about 4 million domestic workers, but the estimated figures are over 50 million. And in Cambodia, the estimated number is 240,000 workers. But we had our affiliates from Cambodia talking about how there is lack of data from the ILO side as well as from independent researchers that looks at this figure independently. So now we know that domestic workers are actually carrying a lot of the care share. And yet, unfortunately, in most of these contexts, they do not have access to decent work and social protection. They are excluded from labor laws. They're excluded from provisions of minimum wage. They're excluded from provisions of social security. They are not recognized as care workers. They are not allowed to form trade unions or associations. So given these, we are looking at the ILO 5R framework. And from the domestic workers' perspective, we have 5 demands that fall within the 5R framework of the ILO, which is recognize domestic workers as care workers, and the domestic workers are doing care work. And domestic workers should also be part of the national care plans and policies of governments. The second is that domestic workers should also have standard contracts that should have the working conditions written within them and negotiated with the employer in terms of minimum wage, hours of work, access to leave, social security, and so forth. The second R that we have is reduce, which is reducing the care share of domestic workers by giving them access to day offs, which is the weekly day off that certain domestic workers have in certain countries in Asia, but not in other countries. And that includes access to sick leave, maternity leave, holidays, etc. Then we have redistribute, which means that we want care to be redistributed between the household and the state. And we want the state to take more of a responsibility in the provision and in the distribution of care. Therefore, for us, care is a public good and care is a human right. And that is how we see it. We also want rewarding domestic workers by giving them access to minimum wage that will eventually translate to living wages. And of course, access to social protection, including maternity benefits. And then we have represent domestic workers by giving them right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. In many countries across Asia, domestic workers still don't have access to right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. They are not allowed to form unions because of certain provisions within the law. And in certain cases, they are not allowed to, migrant domestic workers are also not allowed to form their own unions because they are not nationals of that particular country. So they need to align with unions which are national or have somebody from a local domestic worker union lend that support. So essentially, we want domestic workers to have right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. But represent for us also means that domestic workers need to be at the table. If any decision-making about the care economy is being undertaken, what would ideally work for us is a tripartite structure, which consists of workers, employers, and governments. But any case, we need to be consulted and we need to have an equal say in the creation of care policies as care policies. So thank you so much. These are the results of the care policy mapping. I realize that I've been speaking quite fast, but in case there are any questions, please go ahead, please ask, and we would be willing to answer. We would have some time for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raina, the IDFW program officer who has presented the results of the care policy mapping that we have done it, I think, over 2 years, involving 12 researchers, countries researcher, as well as the overall researcher. We really also owe those organizations who have supported us in this discussion, interviews, and research, desktop research, supported by the IO Triangle, Osram Asia, SAGE Foundation, we go. So we are doing bit by bit whenever we have some support, and we have also organized so far 5 national consultations presenting all these figures, findings, and also to mainstream and to raise awareness that domestic workers are really major force in the care work, but there is a lack of rights and protection. We are yet to achieve rights to all the care workers, rights to have care as well. Although we are care workers, domestic workers, we do have care needs. IDWF slogan is care for those who care for you. So I hope we can carry with you this idea and continue to fight for the rights of people in the care who needs care and who do care work. We are very happy today that we have 4 guest panelists joining us. We have 3 government representatives. We will introduce one by one later on. Before that, we are happy that we are joined by the ILO, the International Labour Organization, Ms. Claire Hobden, who is the specialist on domestic work and other vulnerable work. She is really the expert on domestic workers and has been providing many advices for all of us, including governments and employers, on how shall we achieve decent work for all, including workers in the care economy. I hand over to you, Claire Hobden, to provide us some comment and suggestions and insight, most important. Hand over to you, Claire.
Great, thank you, Fish. It's a really great pleasure to be here with you all to celebrate this International Day of Care and Support. And I really have to congratulate IDWF and everyone who worked on these resources. They are conceptually clear, technically sound, and extremely rich in detail and analysis. And I think they're a really fantastic resource that should really help guide policymaking, not just on domestic work, but on care more broadly. So I really wanted to start by congratulating everyone on this great work. The ILO has been addressing the issue of the care economy for many years now, but it has been addressing domestic work for many more. As you know, the ILO adopted Convention 189 in 2011, and we have been working very hard side by side with IDWF and our constituents and stakeholders to ensure decent work for domestic workers, not just in law, but in practice. As the care agenda has gained in prominence, let's say, in the last 10 years, there has been a lot of questioning, let's say, among constituents about how domestic work and care overlap. And thankfully, these questions were resolved officially. I mean, I should say there was never really any question. You know, domestic workers were always clearly care workers. But in 2024, the ILO constituents adopted the resolution concerning decent work and the care economy, where it was finally said in an ILO negotiated document that domestic workers are care workers. So I think this is a really key thing. And not only that domestic workers are care workers, but also the document recognizes that domestic workers are among those care workers with the least protection. So it says, while some care workers are highly skilled and well paid, many, including migrant and domestic workers, remain in the informal economy, low paid and excluded by law or in practice from protections, including social and labor protection. And I think this phrase really captures the reality of a lot of domestic workers in the world. I think just to take another step back, you know, the resolution on decent work in the care economy includes definitions of care, that it is both direct and indirect, paid and unpaid, in institutions, communities, and households, that it can be provided through the public or the private sector, through nonprofits, through the social and solidarity economy, in the formal and informal economy, and that it includes workers in education and early childhood care, and the health and social sectors. But it also includes, as we know, domestic workers. And when the work takes place inside the private household, then those workers who are working in the private household can be considered domestic workers according to Convention 189. So that is really at the core of the way the ILO understands this overlap between domestic work and care work, that domestic workers provide both direct and indirect care services to private households. The resolution also notes that that labor is, just as labor is not a commodity, that labor in the care economy is not a commodity, and that all people should be able to provide and receive care, including self-care. And I think for the domestic workers, this has been particularly important. When you see, especially in a migration context, that domestic workers are being recruited often by private employment agencies and placed across borders, charged very high fees, often put into debt, where then when they work for employers in the country of destination, their salaries, their debt is deducted from their salaries. And this puts them at risks of forced labor. I mean, here you really see how the labor of domestic workers is being very much treated as a commodity. And this is something that still needs to really be addressed by the international community. There are huge gaps remaining. So what is the ILO doing on this currently? As I was saying, I think the ILO has been working already since 2011 and before on ensuring decent work for domestic workers. And that work will continue to ensure that domestic workers are recognized as workers, and that they are therefore covered by labor and social protection to the same extent as other workers. And this is the core principle of ILO Convention 189. And then addressing domestic work within the care economy, that pillar is still at the heart of it. That is still the core pillar of what we're doing. But in addition to that, we're working to make sure that domestic workers are recognized as part of the care workforce. So this means clearly identifying domestic workers among care workers when collecting data, because we need to be able to see and measure what we're talking about. It's also about measuring and recognizing the contribution that domestic workers make to the care economy and to the economy and society as a whole, and raising awareness of the role that domestic workers play in providing direct and indirect care for children, older persons, persons with disabilities in need of support, and those in need of long-term care. I think oftentimes these roles are made invisible somehow. So again, I think ratifying and implementing Convention 189 is really our central pillar in the extension of labor and social protection. In the case where there are a lot of migrant domestic workers, this also means developing coherent care and migration policies and determining how and the extent to which migration can play a role in filling care needs while ensuring decent work for those migrant care workers. The care crisis is very real. There will be an increased demand for domestic workers, and there will be an increase in pressure on migrant domestic workers to provide that care. So when adopting care policies, these migration dimensions really need to be taken into account. And there need to be pathways to support transitions from the informal to the formal economy for domestic workers. There's a really important element of skills recognition that is worthy of a whole conversation of itself. We know that a lot of countries are looking towards skills training and recognition of domestic workers, particularly in this care framework. And skills training and recognition up until now has not necessarily led to the result of decent work for domestic workers. So the ILO has published a theory of change to guide practitioners and stakeholders, constituents, in how to develop a skills training and recognition program that actually has a better chance of achieving decent work for domestic workers. Because again, decent work is something that is a right for all workers, and it should not be given in exchange for skills training. Skills training and recognition needs to come in exchange for higher remuneration above a minimum wage that is already in place for all domestic workers. And so finally, we're really working to include domestic workers within care policies as providers of care. And so this is about recognizing domestic workers as part of the system through which care is delivered, and that this can improve the working conditions of domestic workers and ensure improved quality care for the households. So governments can, for example, recognize domestic workers in care policies as care providers, include them in schemes that incentivize or subsidize care by providing publicly subsidized care services to private households, in private households, and provide domestic workers with the effective access to any skills training that is linked to formal employment opportunities that can therefore improve the quality of the working conditions. And last but not least, we always work to ensure the voice and representation of domestic workers and employers of domestic workers in social dialogue. So, in all of the work that we do, be it on labor and social protection, on migration, or on care, ensuring that domestic workers organizations and organizations of employers of domestic workers where they exist are participating in social dialogue and influencing the policies that affect them. And this is inherent and written in ILO Convention 189. So going forward, the ILO has a follow-up plan of action that comes out of the ILO resolution on care. There are many activities across regions that situate domestic workers as care workers. At the regional level, the ILO action plan includes a range of activities from research to supporting countries in developing their roadmaps, providing technical support to government and constituents to extend legal and social protection to domestic workers, including migrant domestic workers, and of course, supporting organizing and leadership development. There are also several projects that are focusing on legal protection, on social security, and many different facets of the decent work agenda for domestic workers. And last but not least, I think there's still huge gaps in maternity protection for domestic workers in Asia, among other areas. So there's care needs assessments that are being carried out, and I think that can help to work towards closing the maternity protection gaps for domestic workers so that they can also meet their own care needs in the home. So I'll leave it at that. I'm sorry if I've spoken too long, but thank you again for inviting me to participate, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Claire Hobden, the specialist on domestic work and other vulnerable work from the headquarters of the ILO, the International Labour Organization, being a tripartite body that has been providing assistance to workers, employers, and governments. I'm sure hearing all these international labor standards and principles, the stakeholders here in this conference, in these webinars, will have some insights for what the future plans should be. And the ILO office, including those country office and the Asia Pacific regional office, I recognize the ILO Asia Pacific office, the officers are also here. So always here with us to provide necessary technical support. Yeah, so they are very approachable, and you can also approach us as the IDFW on collaboration and plan together. Meanwhile, I would like to invite participants on the webinars. If you have any questions, reflections on care, on domestic workers, please put it into the chat box so we can see if we can have time to answer you, or else we can always keep in contact after the webinar today. Today is the Global Day of Action for Care and Support. This is not the start, not the end. We have to continue our advocacy to ensure decent work in the care economy. Thank you, Claire Hobden. Let's give a virtual claps for Claire. And we would like to come into second session where we will have the government representatives joining us in this webinar. We are happy to have 3 government representatives joining us from the Philippines, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. So let me introduce their name, and we will go into the sequence. First, we will have the Philippines government, then Thailand, and then the last Sri Lanka. So from the Philippines government today, we have Ms. Suni Surey. Today from the Philippines of the government of the Philippines, we have Ms. Nalin Santos Mila, the Executive Director of the Philippines Commission of Women, Government of the Philippines. The Commission of Women has been the lead in the Government of the Philippines, promoting and advocating the rights to care and rights of the care workers. And they have been also chairing several ASEAN sub-regional level discussion and debate to aware also many governments, other governments in the region, how governments can work and do some work to raise the awareness on the decent work and the needs for the care and the care economy. I'd like to hand over to you, Ms. Nalin Santos Mila, the Executive Director from the Philippines Commission of Women. Hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve, for that introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Claire for their
Apologies, Ms. Santos Mila. It seems we don't hear you clearly. Can you check the audio?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, maybe if you have a microphone, speak closer to the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Thank you so much. Is it clear?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for alerting me. Anyway, I'm gonna.
It seems like up and down. Seems that. Can you try again? It's like the connection is not connected well.
Trying to fix the sounds. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's better. Okay, thank you so much. May I now have the opportunity to share my presentation?
Yes, please.
Let me just open my sharing platform.
Ms. Nali, I can share it for you. So I
Oh,
can...
yes. Can you do that for me so that I don't have
please.
share from my end? Thank you
Yes,
so
absolutely.
much. Thank you so much for that. All right. So can you all see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. So again, a
Yes.
pleasant morning, afternoon, and evening to all our participants and audiences from around the world, and mabuhay from the Philippines. The Philippines has given great importance to the entirety of the care agenda, from formulating inclusive and impactful policies that not only focus on formalizing care, but also meeting the intersecting and holistic needs of care workers. Next slide, please. Let me inform you, of course, that the Philippine Commission on Women is a policy-making body in the government. No, we do not have direct programs for women directly, but we do this through a strategy called gender mainstreaming. And as a policy-making institution of the government, we are currently spearheading the development of the Philippine Policy on Care Economy, or the PPCE. This PPCE policy heavily iterates the importance of establishing and strengthening care infrastructure that are also sustainable. The policy aims to recognize, value, reduce, redistribute, and reclaim unpaid care and domestic work, while strengthening paid care work, as well as ultimately resulting in institutionalizing care issues into public policy that includes data, budget, legislation, local government implementation, and financing. Apart from the development of this policy on care, the Philippines has already several programs and policies aimed at supporting care recipients across age and ability groups. And I think some of this has already been included in the care policy mapping that was presented by Reina. But let me just reiterate some again. Next slide, please. First, let me talk about, next slide, program for the elderly. Programs related to elderly are as follows: Expanded Senior Citizens Act, or Republic Act 9994, which provides benefits such as discounts, tax exemptions, and mandatory health insurance coverage to our Philippine health system for social pension of indigent senior citizens. This is also another program that offers a monthly stipend to poor, sickly, or disabled senior citizens with no regular support. However, the benefit is very small. Now, this only amounts to about $17 per month. So that's really not enough, to support really the monthly expenses of a senior citizen. But currently, the law provides for that. In 2024, Home Care Support Services for Senior Citizens, or the HCSSC, has also been established, which aims to enable home and community-based care for elderly, and the RESPECT, or the reporting system and prevention program for elderly abuse cases, which focuses on protecting the elderly from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. By 2030, the Philippines will be reaching an aging population, which means most of our workforce will be supporting elder population of the Philippines, coupled with a very young population. So our sandwich generation will really have a double burden in terms of caring for the elderly and at the same time caring for the young population. So that's really a very big issue that we are facing as well here in the Philippines. Next slide. Programs related to children, on the other hand, there are two major programs being implemented for children here in the Philippines. Among others, these are the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or the 4Ps, which is conditional cash transfer, supporting low-income families with children by providing financial aid linked to health and educational compliance. So I think some countries also have this type of program where the condition for cash transfer is to ensure that children, school-age children, are enrolled and go to school, and of course, pregnant women go to prenatal consultations before giving birth. Another one is the Child Protection Program of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, which includes residential care for abandoned, abused, or neglected children, and interventions for children in conflict with the law, such as but not limited to residential and institutional care and case management. Next slide. Now, programs related to persons with disabilities, we have the following. We have the persons with disabilities discount benefits under the PWD law or RA 10754. This law provides grant discounts, tax exemptions, and prioritization in government services for persons with disabilities. They also receive assistance from the local government units and the Department of Social Welfare and Development, such as provision of assistive devices, educational support, rehabilitation, and community-based programs. So these community-based rehabilitation programs are delivered through partnership with non-government organizations and local government units. Next slide, please. On the policies promoting decent work for care worker, the Philippines heavily prioritizes making impactful intervention to ensure that decent work, social protection, and diverse and intersecting care needs of care workers are accessible and being met. Notable policies of the Philippines to promote decent work for care workers are the Caregivers Welfare Act, or RA 11965, and the Domestic Workers Act, or RA 10361. Enacted in 2023, the Caregivers Welfare Act is a landmark law that sets labor standards and protection for caregivers. It guarantees minimum wage compliance, social protection coverage such as social security system, health insurance, and finance for housing, housing benefits. It also includes 5-day paid leave, incentive leave service, standard employment contract with working hours and job description, and a 13-month pay and proper wage documentation. These are very good policies on paper, but of course, the challenge here really is implementation and monitoring in terms of the compliance of different households and of course of the local government unit. Next slide, please. The Domestic Workers Act, or Batas Kasambahay, also includes provision of benefits and incentives to house helpers, nannies, that guarantees rest day, minimum wage, protection against abuse, and mandates coverage under the Social Protection Scheme. Let me just mention also that these policies are aligned with ILO Convention 189 so that we localize the provisions of the International Labor Organization Convention. Next slide, please. Aside from this, the Philippine Commission on Women work together with our Department of Labor and Employment for the conduct of training, rights awareness, job matching programs for care workers, and ensuring that decent work standards are being implemented through inspection and regulation. Next slide, please. In the aspect of care work, it is imperative to provide care for the care workers, most especially in ensuring that the benefits provided are tailor-fitted to their specific needs. In the Philippines, under the Social Security System and the Philippine Health Insurance Company, both male and female caregivers are entitled to benefits, provided that they are formally registered and their contributions are updated. So there is really a conditionality. But the challenge really faced by most of our care workers is that they are not registered under this program. The programs are available, but some are not registered. Some or most are not registered. While under the Expand Maternity Leave Law, which is very recent in the Philippines, this expanded the maternity leave benefits from 60 days to 105 days paid leave for female workers, including those in the caregiving roles, with optional extension. Meanwhile, the Caregivers Welfare Act ensures mandatory coverage under our Social Security system, which includes retirement, maternity, sickness, and disability benefits. PhilHealth, specifically for healthcare access, and Pag-ibig, covering housing, savings, and loan services. So these are major government agencies that provide social protection for our care workers. Next slide, please. To further advance the care agenda in the country, the PCW, the Philippine Commission on Women, led national consultation on unpaid care and domestic works in 2023, where the consultation emphasized the need to finalize and develop the Philippine Plan for Care Economy. This is to reiterate the importance of recognizing, reducing, redistributing, rewarding, and reclaiming unpaid care work to develop proposals for community-level care infrastructure, specifically child care centers, elder care support, and firmly expand support services and cash benefits for unpaid caregivers, most of whom are women, and strongly encouraging male participation in caregiving to balance gender roles. Next slide, please. Moving forward, our commitment is as follows. The Philippines has always remained committed to upholding the rights of women, most especially in areas that are not recognized or seen. We also remain committed to magnifying these opportunities as they can be strong foundation to build and create solid and actionable ways forward in achieving the care agenda that we want. Care work has and should always be shared responsibility and should not be associated with one gender alone. Let us continue to provide opportunities for women to be seen, heard, and involved in building a future for themselves and their families, a future filled with care. And with that, I thank the IDWF for this opportunity to join you in this very important forum. I turn back the mic to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nalin Santos Mila from the Philippines Commission of Women. We are very glad that at least the government of the Philippines have several policies and laws and acts, despite there are some challenges, and the government also recognize some challenges. That what does it mean? It means we need more collaboration and support among all the stakeholders. We need to continue to work on it. We need to support each other to ensure decent work in the care economy and decent care for everybody. Thank you so much, Ms. Santos Mila. So we would like to have the next government representative from Thailand, the representative from the Ministry of Labor, Ms. Suni Suriyaput, who is the Director of Informal Workers Protection and Resolution Group from the Department of Labor Protection and Welfare under the Ministry of Labor, Thailand. We are also celebrating that Thailand has changed its law and policy to recognize domestic workers as workers. So it's in the stage of seeing how the implementation mechanism should look like, and we can really see progress from Thailand. Hand over to you. I would like to invite Ms. Suni Suriyaput. Meanwhile, for participants, please continue to leave your question, your reflection, suggestion in the chat box. Ms. Suni Suriyaput.
สวัสดีค่ะ Suni Suriyaput from Thailand นะคะ Government Thailand take care for domestic worker นะคะกฎกระทรวงฉบับที่15ซึ่งมีการขยายการคุ้มครองของแรงงานไทยและต่างชาติโดยเท่าเทียมกันนะคะไม่ว่าทั้งชายหรือหญิงนะคะคือในตัวนี้ในกฎ15ของเราเนี่ยจะขยายการคุ้มครองว่าห้ามจ้างแรงงานเด็กต่ำกว่าอายุ15ปีให้ทำงานบ้านนะคะแล้วก็ได้รับค่าจ้างขั้นต่ำนะคะได้รับค่าจ้างขั้นต่ำแล้วก็การจ่ายเงินเนี่ยการจ่ายเงินให้จ่ายเป็นเงินตราไทยนะคะแล้วก็ไม่ให้เรียกเก็บเงินประกันนะคะอันนี้สำหรับแรงงานเด็กก็คือเขามีสิทธิ์ที่จะลาเพื่อฝึกอบรมปีละ30 วันโดยได้รับค่าจ้างนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับแล้วก็ห้ามลูกจ้างเด็กทำงานล่วงเวลาหลัง 22.00 น.นะคะสำหรับลูกจ้างหญิงนะคะลูกจ้างหญิงก็คือห้ามเลิกจ้างเพราะเหตุมีครรภ์นะคะแล้วก็ลูกจ้างหญิงเนี่ยมีสิทธิ์ที่จะลาคลอดได้ปีละ98 วันนะคะแล้วก็ในส่วนนี้ลูกจ้างหญิงหรือชายเนี่ยการทำงานจะเท่าเทียมกันทั้งหมดแล้วก็การดูแลเราจะไม่เลือกปฏิบัติว่าสัญชาติใดหรือเนชั่นอะไรนะคะแล้วก็ในส่วนของการทำงานนะคะทำงานคือวันหนึ่งการทำงานรวมกันแล้วไม่เกินวันละ8 ชั่วโมง มีวีคเอนด์วันหยุดประจำสัปดาห์1 วันนะคะแล้วก็ประเพณีนะคะ13 วันนะคะแล้วเขาก็คือมีสิทธิ์ที่จะลาพักร้อนถ้าเขาทำงานครบ1 ปีนะคะโดยได้รับค่าจ้างแล้วก็เขาก็คือมีสิทธิ์ที่จะลากิจนะคะซึ่งสำหรับในการทำงานในจุดนี้เนี่ยเขาห้ามไม่ให้เด็กทำงานก็เลยอายุต่ำกว่า15 ปีทำงานนะคะห้ามเรียกรับหลักประกันแล้วก็ถ้ามีการแจ้งรายงานเด็กก็ต้องแจ้งการใช้แรงงานเด็กให้กับgovernment ทราบนะคะหรือสิ้นสุดการจ้างก็ต้องมีการแจ้งด้วยนะคะซึ่งการแจ้งนี้ก็ต้องแจ้งภายใน15 วันหลังจากที่จ้างเด็กเข้ามาทำงานนะคะแล้วก็การทำงานในวันหยุดนะคะถ้าให้ทำงานในวันหยุดเนี่ยก็ต้องจ่ายเงินเพิ่มให้เขา1 เท่าจากค่าจ้างที่มีกับจากการทำงานในวันทำงานปกตินะคะแล้วก็ในส่วนที่ว่าห้ามหักค่าจ้างห้ามหักค่าล่วงเวลาห้ามหักค่าทำงานในวันหยุดนะคะแล้วก็ห้ามเรียกรับเงินหลักประกันนะคะนอกจากว่าหรือห้ามหักค่าจ้างถ้าจะหักได้ก็ต่อเมื่อเกิดจากความเสียหายที่ลูกจ้างเป็นผู้ก่อขึ้นมาคือความเสียหายที่ลูกจ้างก่อขึ้นมาแล้วก็หักได้ไม่เกิน 10% ของค่าจ้างแต่ละงวดนะคะแล้วก็การจ่ายค่าจ้างเนี่ยเขามีสิทธิ์ได้รับค่าจ้างขั้นต่ำนะคะตามประกาศของคณะกรรมการค่าจ้างขั้นต่ำซึ่งการดูแลในการทำงานคนทำงานบ้านของประเทศไทยเนี่ยเราจะดูแลเท่าเทียมกันไม่ว่าสัญชาติใดนะคะหรือรวมแม้แต่ว่าซึ่งในส่วนของกฎ15ที่ว่ามีผลบังคับใช้เนี่ยนะคะเมื่อเดือนเมษายนปี 2567 นะคะแล้วเราก็ได้รับความร่วมมือจาก ILO หรือ Committe ในการทำคู่มือพนักงานตรวจแรงงานนะคะเพื่อในการเผยแพร่ให้พนักงานตรวจแรงงานทั่วประเทศไทยนะคะแล้วก็ยึดถือเป็นแนวปฏิบัติโดยเรียกเป็นทิศทางเดียวกันทั่วประเทศนะคะแล้วก็มีการจัดอบรมร่วมกับ Committe เนี่ยในการจัดอบรมให้พนักงานตรวจแรงงานของประเทศไทยในภาคอีสาน2 รุ่นนะคะ2 รุ่นก็คือรุ่นละ30 คนแล้วก็เราได้รับงบประมาณสนับสนุนจากกรมการจัดหางานในการจัดให้ความรู้กฎกระทรวงฉบับที่15นี้แก่แรงงานสัญชาติเมียนมา200 คนนะคะซึ่งเราดำเนินการแล้วก็ลูกจ้างส่วนใหญ่ก็พึงพอใจในการที่เขาได้รับรู้สิทธิ์ในเรื่องของกฎหมายไทยนี้ซึ่งจะเห็นได้ว่ากฎหมายประเทศไทยเนี่ยไม่ได้มีการปิดกั้นว่าจะต้องรู้เฉพาะคนสัญชาติไทยเท่านั้นหรือแม้แต่ว่าบางครั้งเนี่ยการเข้าถึงกลุ่มเป้าหมายเนื่องจากว่าการทำงานบ้านเนี่ยมันอยู่ในบ้านของส่วนบุคคลการเข้าไปเนี่ยมันจะเป็นสิ่งที่ยุ่งยากและก็รวมถึงว่าลูกจ้างส่วนใหญ่เป็นลูกจ้างเป็นไมแกรนต์นะคะที่เขาไม่เข้าใจภาษาไทยหรือไม่เข้าใจกฎระเบียบหรือกฎหมายตัวนี้ซึ่งการได้มีการจัดอบรมให้พนักงานตรวจแรงงานหรือการจัดอบรมลูกจ้างเมียนมาเนี่ยซึ่งในรุ่นแรกเนี่ย200 คนเราก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นการขยายความรับรู้ออกไปในกลุ่มเพื่อนเขาซึ่งเราไม่มีงบประมาณเพียงพอที่จะจัดคราวละเยอะๆนะคะหรือมากมายในจุดนี้ก็เหมือนถ้าเขาขยายในกลุ่มเครือข่ายของเขานะคะให้เขารู้หรือถ้าสมมุติว่าลูกจ้างเนี่ยทั้งไทยและต่างชาติที่เขาไม่ได้รับความธรรมจากการไม่ได้รับค่าจ้างใช่ไหมคะหรือว่าการถูกปฏิบัติไม่เป็นธรรมจากนายจ้างเขาก็มีสิทธิ์ยื่นคำร้องนะคะต่อพนักงานตรวจแรงงานทั่วประเทศซึ่งมีทั้งหมด86 หน่วยงานนะคะแล้วก็ในจุดนี้ถ้าเป็นลูกจ้างต่างด้าวที่ไม่เข้าใจภาษาไทยเนี่ยก็คือว่าต้องมีล่ามพามาซึ่งแต่ถ้าไม่มีเนี่ยโดยสำนักงานอาจจะต้องประสานกรมการจัดหางานหรือล่ามของส่วนกลางของกรมเนี่ยในการที่จะแปลให้เขารู้ว่าคุณว่าถูกกระทำด้านใดเพื่อว่าจะได้รับความยืนยันได้ถูกต้องว่าเราในการสัมภาษณ์หรือในการที่บันทึกออกไปเนี่ยลูกจ้างรับรู้ว่าใช่แล้วเขาถูกกระทำจริงแล้วเราก็คือการรับคำร้องหรือการวินิจฉัยการให้ความช่วยเหลือเนี่ยเราใช้กฎหมายเดียวกันนะคะ ทั้งคนไทยและคนต่างด้าวคือทุกคนจะมีสิทธิ์ที่ได้รับการคุ้มครองแล้วก็คือว่าถ้านายจ้างปฏิบัติไม่ถูกต้องจริงพนักงานตรวจแรงงานนะคะก็มีอำนาจในการออกคำสั่งนะคะให้นายจ้างเนี่ยจ่ายเงินให้แก่ลูกจ้างให้ถูกต้องภายในกำหนดเวลานะคะถ้าสมมุติว่าเขาไม่ปฏิบัติตามเนี่ยก็จะมีขั้นตอนของการดำเนินคดีนะคะซึ่งในส่วนของพรบหรือกฎเนี้ยกฎกระทรวงคุ้มครองฉบับที่15เนี่ยมันจะอิงมาจากพรบคุ้มครองแรงงานฉบับพ.ศ. 2541ซึ่งเป็นกฎหมายแม่ที่ครอบคลุมทั้งหมดหรือการปฏิบัติแล้วเนี่ยจะคล้ายคลึงกันหรือยึดตามกันมาเป็นแต่เพียงว่าลูกจ้างงานบ้านเนี่ยมันจะแยกออกไปจากลูกจ้างในสถานประกอบกิจการมันจึงทำให้ต้องมีกฎกระทรวงฉบับนี้ขึ้นมาโดยเฉพาะเพื่อดูแลเขานะคะแล้วก็การที่ว่าเขาไม่ได้รับความเป็นธรรมหรือว่าไม่ได้รับค่าจ้างในตัวนี้พอยื่นคำร้องก็ถ้าสมมุติว่าได้รับเงินถูกต้องเขาก็จบไปแล้วก็ทำงานได้ตามปกติแต่ถ้าเกิดว่านายจ้างไม่ปฏิบัติเนี่ยอาจจะถูกดำเนินคดีในชั้นของ police หรือว่าไป labor court นะคะที่เราจะต้องดำเนินการต่อไปในจุดนั้นแล้วในส่วนการยื่นคำร้องเนี่ยก็ไม่ได้ว่าเสียค่าใช้จ่ายอะไรนะคะคือเจ้าหน้าที่หรือรัฐบาลเราเนี่ยก็ดูแลโดยไม่ได้ว่าเก็บค่าธรรมเนียมหรืออะไรทั้งสิ้นนะคะแต่ในจุดนี้เนี่ยเป็นแต่เพียงว่าบางครั้งเนี่ยการสื่อสารนะคะการสื่อสารระหว่างเจ้าหน้าที่กับลูกจ้างเนี่ยอาจจะไม่เข้าใจตรงกันเราจึงจำเป็นต้องมีล่ามหรือคอยแปลหรือว่าอาจจะมีทางโฮมเน็ตเขาก็พูดอยู่ว่าเขาช่วยเหลือดูแลที่ว่าลูกจ้างโฮมเน็ตไทยแลนด์นะคะในการที่จะพาลูกจ้างไปพบเจ้าหน้าที่หรืออะไรประเภทนี้เราก็ในเบื้องต้นก็คือว่าถ้าสมมุติถ้ามีโอกาสระหว่างประเทศต้นทางถ้ามีการว่าคุณจะส่งคนเข้ามาทำงานในประเทศไทยถ้ามีการที่ว่าบอกเขานิดนึงว่ามาประเทศไทยเนี่ยธรรมเนียมปฏิบัติหรือกฎหมายไทยเรามีอยู่นะคะหรือแม้แต่ผู้นำแรงงานเองของในฝ่ายของตัวแทนลูกจ้างถ้าเห็นว่าสมมุติว่าเขามองว่าเขาไม่รับความเป็นธรรมเนี่ยคือกรมเราหรือกระทรวงเราก็มีการเผยแพร่ข้อมูลทางเว็บไซต์อยู่แล้วนะคะเขาสามารถติดต่อได้จากเว็บไซต์กรมนะคะหรือinformal labor นะคะแล้วก็ในส่วนของแต่ละจังหวัดก็จะมีทุกจังหวัดที่จะรับคำร้องหรือดูแลในจุดนี้เป็นแต่เพียงว่าสมมุติว่าในอนาคตถ้ามีเขาเรียกอะไรถ้าไม่สามารถที่จะมาพบด้วยตนเองได้เนี่ยถ้ามีเพื่อนที่เข้าใจภาษาไทยสามารถสื่อสารหรือร้องทางออนไลน์ทาง e-service ของกรมสวัสดิการและคุ้มครองแรงงานได้ค่ะคือจะบอกว่าเราดูแลเท่าเทียมกันนะคะแล้วก็ขยายการคุ้มครองเพิ่มมากขึ้นจากกฎฉบับที่14ที่ไม่ได้มีค่าจ้างขั้นต่ำนะปัจจุบันก็คือมีค่าจ้างขั้นต่ำกำหนดว่าห้ามใช้อายุต่ำกว่า15 ปีห้ามเลิกจ้างหญิงมีครรภ์หรือหญิงมีครรภ์มีสิทธิ์ลาคลอดโดยได้รับค่าจ้างนะคะแล้วก็ถ้าสมมุติถูกกระทำที่ไม่เป็นธรรมก็มีสิทธิ์ยื่นคำร้องนะคะแล้วได้รับการปฏิบัติเช่นเดียวกับคนงานไทยค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you so much, Ms. Suni Suryapu. ขอบคุณมากค่ะ I really really can feel the progress of the government of Thailand to protect domestic workers. You really have stressed what our title of our webinar today, dignity in care, equity in policy, especially how you have been stressing the need to ensure the domestic workers have access to complaints with provision of language interpretation, with some way including online complaint form to allow the domestic workers to have access to their rights. Our care policy mapping for Thailand was done before the ministry decree change. So we surely have we surely need some revision there. And everybody please give some big claps, virtual claps for the government of Thailand for so much progress in Thailand towards the decent work for domestic workers in Thailand, no matter they are national locals or migrant workers. Thank you so much. We are very happy that especially domestic workers in Thailand, including migrants who has been fighting and demanding, and the government of Thailand is listening. Thank you, Kokumaka. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite the third government representatives. Before that, I'd also like to aware the participants of today's webinar that we would have to extend our time for 30 minutes more because we have very wonderful progress that has been shared by our panelists and the CAP policy mapping results. So we will have to extend 30 minutes more. I hope you can all stay, or else you can leave your reflection and questions in the chat box. We will also follow up with you all. So if I may invite the third representative from the governments in Asia, from the government of Sri Lanka, Ms. Rupika Ranawaka, from the Commissioner of Labor, Labor Standards from the Department of Labor. So we are yet to hear what is the status on ensuring rights of domestic workers and workers of in the care. So may I hand over to you, Ms. Rupika Ranawaka. From the government of Sri Lanka. Please unmute yourself.
Ms. Rubika, I can see that you're online, but I think you may be muted. So can you please unmute yourself and
Ms. Rupika Ranawaka, I can see you turned on the video, but we can't see you, and you have been muted as well. Are you here, Rupika Ranawaka?
Ms. Rubika, I've asked you to unmute. So if you click on unmute, you should be able to speak.
Care refers to all activities we do to sustain our lives, including caring for others, caring for oneself, and caring for the planet. Everyone requires care throughout their lifetime. We all need care to perform our daily activities. This is why care is not only central to well-being of individuals and societies, but it's also fundamental for economies to function. Social norms and gender stereotypes continue to portray care work as women's work, and this is why currently the majority of care work, either paid or unpaid, is provided by women and girls. This unequal distribution of care responsibility deeply impacts women's lives, limiting their choices and opportunities. At UN Women, we are committed to changing this reality, placing care at the center of our agenda. Throughout our Transform Care global initiative, we support investments in comprehensive care systems and in the care economy. These investments can reduce women's time poverty, support their educational and professional path, and enhance their participation in the labor market. At the same time, these investments are also a major driver for sustainable economic outcomes. Every dollar invested in the care sector can create 2 to 3 times more jobs than the same investment in other sectors and produces 30% less greenhouse gas emissions. As co-conveners of the Global Alliance for Care, UN Women is proud to join forces with its more than 300 members to amplify collective efforts and bring care to the forefront of the global agenda. On this International Day of Care and Support, let us all commit to transforming care systems and to build a more equal and just society for all.
En 2021, el Gobierno de México y ONU Mujeres lanzamos la Alianza Global por los Cuidados, una plataforma que hoy reúne a más de 300 personas, organizaciones e instituciones de distintos sectores y países. Y no es una red más, es un espacio clave, un espacio necesario, un espacio urgente, donde se dialoga, se comparte, se aprende, pero sobre todo donde se impulsa un cambio, fortalecer los sistemas de cuidado en todo el mundo. Desde ONU Mujeres hemos acompañado este esfuerzo como convocantes y como parte activa del Comité de Gestión. Hemos llevado esta conversación a los espacios multilaterales de mayor peso, como la Comisión de la Condición Jurídica y Social de la Mujer, para recordar que no puede haber igualdad de género sin cuidados dignos, reconocidos y compartidos. Los cuidados no son un favor, son un derecho, son un pilar de justicia social. Y a nivel regional tenemos el compromiso de Tlatelolco, adoptado en la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre las Mujeres de América Latina y el Caribe. Un compromiso que reconoce el derecho al cuidado y marca el inicio de una década de acción para construir una sociedad más igualitaria y centrada en el bienestar. Hoy, Día Internacional de los Cuidados y el Apoyo, celebramos la fuerza de lo colectivo, la potencia de la cooperación y la colaboración.
Hi, Nisha.
Hey, it's Alan.
Oh, you need to have registered.
What's that?
Hold on, I'll see what I can do.
Are you talking to me,
No,
Jeanette?
I was talking to Nisha.
Ah,
She wasn't registered, so I've just sent her the registration link so that she can join the meeting. Hi, everybody who's coming in. Thanks for joining us this afternoon in most places, maybe still morning in a couple of places. We'll just allow 1 or 2 more minutes for the rest of the people to be admitted to the meeting, and then we will get started. Okay, so I think that's everybody for now, and I can admit other people as they come along if we have a few late joiners. So it's really great to see some familiar faces and names, and also really awesome to see some new names and faces joining our call as well. My name is Jeanette Armstrong. I'm the Senior Coordinator with UNICare in the Global Office. And I would like to start the meeting by acknowledging that I am Zooming in today from Whadjuk Noongar country. I would like to acknowledge them as the traditional owners of the land on which I'm calling from today, and pay our respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. So today is the International Day of Care and Support. So shout out to all our members, care and support workers that are online today. And with us today, we have also Alan Sable, who is the Global Head of UNICare, and we have Nisha Varia, who is the wonderful researcher who has helped pull together, or who has pulled together the report that we are launching today. So I'm going to keep things personally pretty short and sweet. I'm going to hand over to Alan to say a few opening words, and then Nisha is going to take us through the report, which many of you have been engaged and involved in helping to prepare. So over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Jeanette, and thanks everyone for joining. It's wonderful to see so many people here. As Jeanette mentioned, today is the International Day for Care and Support. This was is now a UN recognized day that the UNI, along with the ITUC and other global union federations, push to recognize the work of care workers. And this year, we've chosen to highlight preventing violence and harassment of care workers as our theme. In speaking with so many of you over the last years, and I think particularly since the pandemic, violence and harassment has gone from being a severe problem to a crisis in the care sector, and too often normalized. Too often care workers are told that it's just part of the job. And so we wanted to use today as a way to highlight first the depth of the problem, but also that it is not a problem without solutions. And UNICare affiliates have been on the vanguard of addressing this crisis and finding solutions so that care workers can can do their work safely. I want to especially recognize our affiliate from Japan who's here today, UA Zenzen. They have been one of the global leaders on addressing the crisis of violence and harassment, and the work that they've done, which Nisha will talk about in the report, has been a global example of how unions can lead on this issue and make real change so that workers can go to work safely, and that we can prevent violence and harassment, whether that's in care homes, in hospitals, and also for care workers. I want to thank all the unions that participated in this report for sharing all of the innovative work that they're doing to address this. This report that we're releasing today, we hope will inspire more unions to use some of these best practices to address violence and harassment. And also it's a call for governments and employers to take the actions necessary. And Nisha will highlight what our report shows in terms of the actions that are incumbent upon employers and governments to take to protect care workers. As I mentioned, today is the International Day of Care and Support. So in addition to releasing this report and holding this webinar, and another webinar we'll hold later this afternoon for folks in the Americas, Africa, and Europe, we have a social media kit that with some messages, a video, graphics that we hope our unions will share. We'll put a link to the social media kit in the chat, and hope that through the social media channels that each of your unions have, that you'll share those materials and join us in drawing attention to the importance of addressing this issue and the solutions that exist. So without, don't want to take any more time, and so I'll pass it back to Jeanette.
Thanks. And I'm just going to pass it straight on to Tanisha. I will try and work the slides in the background, but over to you, Nisha.
Okay, great. Hello, everybody. It's great to be spending and sharing this time together on this call. Happy International Day of Care and Support. And I've really had the pleasure of interviewing several union leaders, organizers about efforts to fight violence and harassment in care and health workplaces. And so I will just go ahead and walk you through the report. There's several elements to it, just sort of an introduction to the issue, results of a uni global survey, and then the case studies of different union efforts across the world and some themes and lessons that we can draw from those. I'm going to pause so that I'm not just talking the whole time, and we'll run like 2 poll questions and get some engagement from you. And I really invite you to at any time be commenting and asking questions, or adding from your own experience, making comments in the chat. We will have time for Q&A also, but as I'm making my presentation, I really welcome you to do that. So our report, Protecting Those Who Care, Union Initiatives to Prevent Violence and Harassment in the Care Workforce. What we really want to emphasize is that violence and harassment in the health and care sectors, it represents a global crisis. It undermines the safety, dignity, well-being of millions of workers. And we know that about 2/3 of these workers are women. So there's a really strong gender element to this. What are we talking about when we're talking about violence and harassment? It includes psychological abuse, insults, threats, physical aggression, sexual harassment and violence, discrimination. And, we're really seeing that this violence and harassment may come from coworkers, it may come from managers, or others who are more senior in the workplace setting. And a lot of it is coming from third parties or patients, healthcare users, and their families. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. We can talk about sort of the individual cases of violence and harassment, but what we also know is that there are really strong structural drivers of this issue. And one of the biggest one is chronic short staffing. When there are overstretched, under-resourced systems, when there is not enough staffing, workers are being put in very stressful situations. It may lead to patients and users getting more angry and stressed out, and this can foster violence. Another structural factor is isolation, for example, in home-based care and in some types of residential care. And then we know that in general, there is a deep undervaluing of care work, a deep undervaluing of work that's often associated with women. And finally, and this has been one of the key narratives to overturn, often violence and harassment, when people are working with dementia patients or those who have mental health issues, workers have been told this is just part of the job, despite the serious violations taking place that demand prevention, that demand reporting, support, and enforcement. So, yeah, Jeanette, you can go to the next slide. That's great. And so, these abuses are really serious. Here we have somebody who's saying, we're admitting residents who need 24/7 care, but there's not enough staff. I've been punched, slapped, bitten, choked. The list is endless. So part of the job is to really recognize the gravity of this issue and call for zero tolerance policies. If you could go to the next slide. So I've talked about, these as the structural drivers of what's happening. And, just to also talk about the nature of care work, that it's often high stress, it's often urgent. And, if you, for example, the intimate nature of care work, dressing or bathing patients can also lead to situations, particularly for sexual harassment. And you can go to the next slide. Okay, so as you all know, we have ILO Convention number 190 on violence and harassment, and also really helpful additional guidance in recommendation 206. And it is a gold standard in terms of the standards of really preventing the responsibility of governments to prevent violence and harassment in the workplace, to protect those in the workplace, and to provide appropriate response. And it also is clear in sending the message that everyone has the right to work free from violence and harassment. And I think particularly for our report in our sector, it's really important to highlight that the convention talks about government's responsibility to identify particularly high-risk sectors and to give them particular attention and put in plans to address those. And the care sector, health sectors are a high-risk sector. What we see over and over again is that there are particularly high rates of violence in national studies, in government statistics of workplace complaints. And so there is a need to pay particular attention to this sector. I'd like to now turn to UNI doing a global survey of workers and what we found in this survey of more than 15,000 respondents. So if you could go to the next slide. This was a survey of more than 15,000 people across 80 countries. The vast majority were working in institutional settings, but we had around 3,000 workers in, home-based and community health settings. 86% have experienced or witnessed violence, discrimination, or harassment on the job, right? That's just a huge number. We talked, the survey asked people how they were feeling at work, and more than a quarter said, we don't feel safe at work, feeling safe, and some of them very unsafe at work. 30% said they, face some sort of incident of violence and harassment monthly, 17% weekly, and 4% on a daily basis. So this is really, as we said before, it is a crisis. And then the question is, well, what is the response for this violence that's taking place? What is the response from employers? And 69% felt unsupported by employers. And as we look at staffing and sustainability, 63% of those exposed to violence said their jobs are just unsustainable until retirement. If you could go to the next slide. All right, so this is a kind of complicated graph, but what it is showing is that there is a really strong connection between short staffing and exposure to violence and harassment. So, how high the column goes is related to the percentage of workers who are saying that they are experiencing or witnessing harassment or violence. And what you see is that, those on the left-hand side, those are the ones who are saying that they're always short-staffed. And those who are always short-staffed are experiencing the highest levels of violence. And on the farthest right side, you see those who say they're never short-staffed, and they're experiencing the lowest levels of violence and harassment. So that's just an important link to be made. Those who experienced short staffing always were 4 times more likely, to experience violence and harassment than those who rarely did. Okay, so I wanted to now just kind of share some of the quotes from workers who responded to this survey, and from some reports from affiliates describing a couple of the main features of the violence and harassment. So one, in terms of short staffing risks, here's a quote from a health worker in Chile who said, "There are constant verbal and physical attacks from patients on us as health workers, and without any real health and safety protection protocols to protect us." In terms of working with high-risk populations, say particularly people with dementia, emergency health workers in emergency settings. We had a care worker from, let's see, hold on, let me just pull this up. This is actually, and I saw many of you on the call from A2 in New Zealand. This is from a report published by you all with a health worker who said, "I don't really feel safe, and it is getting worse." While the hospital is not a dementia facility, many of the clients have dementia. We are often punched or spat on, have hot porridge thrown at us, and one client runs naked around the facility. I have hidden in the toilets to avoid being punched. Verbal abuse is something that's one of the most frequent elements of this, and workers describe the deep psychological impact of that. And so a care worker from Japan said, "He yelled at me so loudly, it made my eardrums vibrate. Every time I visited that house, I felt stressed, and eventually I refused to go there anymore." I think in many of the, if you've seen the initial materials around the report, talked about sexual harassment and violence. So we had Marta, a care worker in Poland, saying, "He texted me and told me what he would do with me. There were times when he groped me, I reported it, but I was informed that I had to deal with it because there was no place to transfer this man. And then finally, I wanted to highlight that many workers talked about discrimination based on their gender, based on their ethnicity, based on their migrant status, based on their tribe, based on their sexual orientation, and based on their affiliation with a union. So that was something that also came out very strongly. So I think this might be a good place to just pause. The next thing I'm going to do is go through the union case studies, which have highlighted, in the face of this really daunting, set of problems, very endemic, violence and harassment that workers are facing. What have unions been doing to fight this problem, to find solution, to win protections? Jenna, if you could post the poll question, I wanted to get a sense from all of you of different strategies that you would see as important. So the poll question is being posted right now, and if you could just take a second, given your specific context, your national context, your sector context, which strategy do you think your union would prioritize to address workplace violence and harassment? Is it collective bargaining, advocating for a new law, education training, and others? And then we'll see how people respond in a few minutes. I'll go ahead and keep talking, but just it'll be interesting to see everyone's responses. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and start with a few of the case studies, and then we'll see what the responses are. I first wanted to talk about Peru. And in Peru, we talked to the Federación Centro Unión de Trabajadores de Salud. And what is really interesting about what they have done is the collective bargaining provisions that they have won is to, and this is really, I think what's striking about it is in the context of a lot of political instability. There have been many changes of government. So despite a ratification of C-190, it's been very difficult to get things implemented at the national level. However, through collective bargaining, they have been able to get a prevention committee and protocol agreed upon, a worker complaint system, an agreement for that, as well as accompaniment through the process. We know that reporting can be very daunting and intimidating for workers. There can be the fear of retaliation. So there were negotiated provisions that a worker who makes a complaint should have support as they navigate this process. And another thing that really stood out from the work that's happening in Peru is the way that different unions have kind of worked together and are doing sort of coalition and joint lobbying of the government through a group called Grupo Impulsor. And so that has really amplified their voice and allowed for greater sustainability of their lobbying of the government. Next, I'd like to talk about Japan, and it's great to see, I see members from UA Zensen and NCCU here. So the Nippon Care Service Craft Union, NCCU, which is affiliated with UA Zensen, is Japan's largest care sector trade union. And, there's, I think, a really interesting sequence of the advocacy, which first started with a really large member survey, which publicized how high the harassment levels were. And this data really helped spur government action, which included adding harassment-related mental health harms to workers' compensation criteria, and as well as helping to support the passage of the Kasuhara countermeasure law, which this requires all employers to institute measures and consultation points about worker harassment. NCCU's collective agreements emphasize education about violence and harassment, awareness for healthcare users and their families about this issue, as well as grievance procedures. So now, is it possible to see the results of the poll?
So I'll end the poll and then will it show up? Share results.
Okay,
See
so we
that?
see, all right, very interesting, like, a top, result being a focus on member education and training programs, and followed closely by collective bargaining agreements, and then very strong support for new laws, regulations, and addressing short staffing. And that's, I think very actually parallel to what we see in the report. Okay, so I'm going to continue with brief, the highlights I'm giving you are just very quick, and there's much more detail about how unions have kind of navigated different challenges, and specific details on some of the wins in the report. Next, I'll talk about Ghana and the Health Services Workers Union, which has, a really extensive, we can go to the next slide, which, yes, has a really extensive set of trainings across all of the different provinces in Ghana, building upon, past work on gender-based violence trainings. And these trainings are on gender-based violence, on occupational safety and health, also on survivor-centered response, including and bystander intervention trainings. And bystander intervention trainings were something that were highlighted in a lot of training programs. The HSWU has also secured really strong worker protections through collective bargaining. And these include clauses on confidential reporting, survivor support, training for managers and members, and ensuring that there are sanctions and disciplinary measures for perpetrators. Going next, and this is on the next slide, to Ireland, the Services Industrial Professional and Technical Union has worked with other large healthcare unions to shape policy on workplace violence, and to highlight two particular advances. One is, being able to influence policy to have mandatory risk assessments. And that's a really key part of instituting prevention protocols, is having the risk assessment, manager responsibilities, and staff supports. Also, they had a system where compensation for workers was different depending if you were a nurse or a doctor or support personnel. And a really big win was to say, it doesn't matter if you've been assaulted, you deserve the same compensation as somebody, no matter what your job title is. In Chile, it's an example of being able to pass a national law. The momentum for this was really tragically after a health worker committed suicide after sustained harassment and retaliation. And in this law, we see definitions of third-party violence, which is something that's still really being fought for in other contexts. But the Ley Karin has this definition of third-party violence. It also requires risk assessments. Let me now go to Canada. And many things stood out in terms of the work that UNICare is doing. One is a worker-led education center, which has actually been funded by employers, and has 40-hour courses on safety, bystander training, which is particular. It's been designed to be tailored to the risks in the care sector. And they have cooperation with the government to get updated data on filed workplace complaints. So they have a lot of details on what kinds of complaints are coming up, what kinds of situations, and are really able to tailor the trainings to the actual complaints that are being raised. And they have their own union policy of having zero tolerance for violence and harassment at any union events. So if you can go to the next slide. The last one that I'll highlight is Argentina. And yeah, that was good, which has used C-190 and a law, Ley Micaela, to really anchor trainings on gender-based violence. And the feature of the Ley Micaela is that it requires training on gender-based violence at every branch of the government and at every level. And part of the issue has been really to raise awareness about violence, how it comes about, how to respond to it. And as one worker highlighted, through our training, it's not that violence has disappeared, but it has begun to be recognized as unacceptable. Okay, so those are some of the top findings of the case studies. But again, as I mentioned, there is a lot more detail in the report. And there's a second poll. So perhaps we can run that second poll now. And this one is, as we think about fighting for these advances, what is the biggest barrier that prevents effective action against workplace violence in your context? So here it is. Okay, so again, I'll just keep on running through the presentation, and then in a few minutes, we can see what you all are seeing as some of the biggest barriers. So across all these case studies, we did find some common strands and themes that really help us to find ways to advance on this issue. And okay, so Jeanette, you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. One is doing research, collecting data, and sharing that research to make the problem visible. There is so much that still remains invisible about this issue. A lot of people do not realize the extent to which this is happening. And so, we saw in many places, in Japan, in Peru, in Canada, once there was research that was published about it, it kind of revealed the scale and the intensity, the urgency of the issue, and helps to pressure for reform. A second lesson learned is that part of it is having to really just shift the narrative. Violence is not part of the job. And it was, so interesting to see how across very diverse national contexts, many people were saying, this is the response that we're getting from employers, violence is something to be expected, but it's not. Violence is not part of the job, and really, making that the signature message is an important narrative shift that also allows more reforms to take place. Third, looking at structural causes and drivers to address short staffing, looking at weak infrastructure, particularly the violence and harassment that is coming from patients, from healthcare users, from their families. A lot of that, as we talked about before, was sort of linked to long waits and short staffing and health protocols that can't be put in place. We had a quote from a worker in Canada who said, there's supposed to be two workers, in this particular situation dealing with these types of patients, but when we're short-staffed, we have to deal with them alone. So really addressing that structural issue. Awareness raising, and training for workers and employers, and as we saw in Argentina, also for government, pays huge dividends. There is still such a lack of awareness on this issue. And when there is awareness on what to do, that we have a lot of the answers on how important prevention is, what kinds of situations will help workers report, right? Confidentiality, protection from retaliation, accompaniment, real kind of remedies. All of these things are really important, but awareness raising and training really, again, just lays the foundation for a lot of future work. Advocacy for legal and normative frameworks, pushing for C-190 ratification and implementation, pushing for national laws. These, add that legal clout. So this would be a good place to, I think we can pause and see what the poll results are. Okay. Oh, so this is interesting. Okay, so, really a strong, almost 40%, 41% on lack of legal protections and weak enforcement. Then a kind of tie, normalization of violence as part of the job, the fear of retaliation for reporting. So really looking at social attitudes, what are the norms around this? And then employers not taking this issue seriously and short staffing. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start wrapping up with just the last best practices. If you could go to the next slide. Jeanette, are you able to go to the next slide, which is on just ensuring employer accountability and including with sector-specific risk assessments. Collective bargaining is huge. I mean, I think the Peru example is so important in Ghana, where you don't have the national laws kind of being implemented. Those collective bargaining agreements win those protections for workers, and particularly when they can be sectoral-wide collective bargaining agreements. Building alliances to amplify voice and sustain pressure. And of course, this work needs to be funded, so resources are critical. I'll just end that, in terms of recommendations for governments, it's to, adopt and enforce C-190. That's really important. And also for donors to engage social partners and fund union-led awareness raising and training, support legal reforms. For employers, it's to institutionalize prevention, including through risk assessments and written protocols, zero tolerance messaging. It's really important to create safe reporting mechanisms with clear steps and timelines that are communicated to track outcomes, have survivor-centered supports. And for unions to, as we talked about, make the problem visible through research, really continue the great work with awareness raising and trainings, focus on the collective bargaining, and challenge the normalization of this abuse. So I've talked too much, and I'm going to end the presentation here.
That's great. Thank you, Nisha. And as per some of the comments already there in the chat, a really eye-opening presentation underlining, the growing issue that health and care workers are facing in regards to violence and harassment in the workplace. But I think really inspiring in terms of the great work that is happening on this front around the world amongst our uni affiliates. So thank you for presenting that to all of us. I wanted to put it out there to all our participants if there's any questions or comments for Nisha or for others, or perhaps if any of the workers who are on the call, would like to share your feelings and your responses to seeing this data, and how does it align with your experiences? Nothing? No questions? Well, if there's no questions or comments, we will leave it there then. Thanks again to everybody for participating. I hope it's been useful and informative for you. I think there's a question here about asking, can the slides be emailed, please? So yes, we will do our best to share the slides and the full report, of course. Sister Ayako from UAZenzen, please, I see your hand up. Please take yourself off mute and you have the floor.
Hello, my name
Hello.
is Ayako from UAZenzen. I have a question about the data that Nisha explained. I'm sorry if I could not hear, but you said there were 15,000 people answered the question from 80 countries. Is the survey done by the UNICare or is it done by some other organization? And another question is it the question was asked to uni affiliates or just is it like a general how to say general question? I'm sorry.
Alan, do you want to answer that question about the survey?
Sure. So the survey was produced using a professional survey company but it was commissioned by UNICare. It was distributed both through uni affiliates as well as through social media ads and other channels to get wide distribution. So it's a mix of both uni members as well as other healthcare workers from around the world.
Thank you. I will share with NCCU leaders. Thank you very much.
And I'll put a link in the chat to an earlier report we did that has more details about the survey, because violence and harassment was one piece of it, but it also touched on short staffing and other issues. So I'll put a link to that report in the chat.
Yes, the short staffing is a serious issue in Japan. So your data will be very much helpful. Thank you very much.
Great. I don't know, Nisha, if you'd add anything to that.
No, but I just really welcome your question and wanted to highlight and thank you for all of your contributions to the report, and wanted to highlight one of the extra statistics that came from UAZenzen, which was that they did another member survey and found that 40% of members said that they had noticed some type of improvement or change since the original 2018 survey. And I just think that really highlights that all of the work on awareness raising, on passing new legal protections, have really made a difference in workers' lives. And I thought that was a really powerful statistic.
Great, thank you. Was there anything else from anybody else? So Alan, as you mentioned, has just dropped the link for the earlier report in the chat. And also if you scroll up in the chat, you'll see that Alan has posted the link for our social media kit for today's International Day of Care and Support. I understand in some places we're nearing the end of the day, but it's still not too late to get on and share this evening and celebrate that day and use this day as a tool to bring attention to these issues that we've been talking about today.
Jeanette, I think Sunil from RMS was raising his hand, I think.
Okay. Brother Sunil, did you have a question? If so...
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go.
Thank you, Nisha, for your very good presentation and very good whatever you have explained is very fruitful for me. But I have one question to Alan and you also. Is there in your survey, is these contractual workers, the agency workers, they are covered or only permanent workers they are covered? Because in India, in my place in Pune, there are so many this kind of cases they are happening with the contractual workers, and they are very much frightened to come ahead to discuss with us also. And we have formed a team under our union, and we are following and supporting them. So please let me know in this survey the contractual workers, they are included or not.
Yeah, it's a great question. So yes, they are included, and there was a mix of formal workers, informal workers, agency workers, really all types of workers. But I think some of the less formal workers are often harder to reach. So I think there's probably a larger representation of people with formal employment contracts, but we did make a specific effort using social media ads and others to and through unions like yours that are talking with those workers to reach a broader group. So they are included, but probably not as much as the other workers.
Thank you, but Alan, my request is because from here ahead, there is no formal worker that will remain informal worker. They will increase number by numbers. So we have to focus on the contractual workers. This is what my request is.
The contract workers, yeah. No, I think whether it's sort of formally, completely informal workers or contract workers, we definitely made an effort to reach out to them because we know that often they face some of the worst situations compared to other workers. What we found was that things were bad across the board, but we did find that in some cases they were worse for those workers. I think we didn't reach as many of them as there are in the workforce because they are often harder to reach and are less likely to be union members. But I think it's great that there are initiatives like yours that have plans to reach those workers because we know they are often more vulnerable.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sunil. So I think that's it in regards to the questions and comments. So we will leave it there for today. Thanks again to everybody for joining this webinar, and really thank you to all of the workers and the unions who've contributed to this report. Alan?
Before we go, I just want to make a plug for the next report that we're going to be doing. We've started to work on a report around challenges facing migrant care workers, and we'll be including some best practices from unions in sending countries on how they are organizing workers to raise standards so that workers don't feel forced to migrate. We'll be looking at bilateral visa agreements and how those can be tools for organizing. Australia being one of the best examples that we hope to highlight in the report, and then how unions are organizing migrant care workers once they do arrive in receiving countries. So that should be coming out in the beginning of next year. And so keep an eye on your email, and we'll hold another webinar to share the results of that report when it's complete.
All right. So thanks everybody. Thanks again to Nisha for this really great report and presentation today. I hope you all have a great evening or day, depending on where you are. And no doubt we'll talk again soon. Ciao.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye.